Appreciate it. Those of you that couldn't hear online, welcome.
I'm gonna just pop
your
this up so I
cameras?
can see it.
Yeah.
And I got volume, right? Back here? I got volume back here? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I try to do this when I can with Michael's classes. I'm really here for you guys. When I sat in a class and did this, 11 years ago, I had so many things that I thought real estate was, and I was so wrong about a lot of them. And I had so many questions, and I was so excited to go to real estate school. And then I got there and I found out all they were going to teach me was how to pass the test, which is great. You need to learn how to pass the test. Michael will do a great job at that. But really what I'm here for is if any of you have any questions about the business, about how to actually make money in the business, how to be successful in it, that's really what I want to answer. So normally Michael and I kind of missed each other the last couple of days. Normally I try to tell them which day I'll come. Today we saw each other and I said, sure, I'll stay. So normally I try to preempt it and ask everybody to actually have some question ready, but you don't today, so that's fine. I'll still ask if you don't. And a little bit about my background. First of all, who's here for residential real estate? Wants to go full-time residential real estate? Cool. Anybody timeshare? No timeshares here. All right, cool. Commercial? All right, I can answer questions about all three. I was actually marketing director for a timeshare resort for 10 years before I got in real estate. Marketing is my background, and been doing this 11 years. We've been open in this office for 6, and we were basically, I was an agent. I ended up having too much business, had to start a team to handle part of the business. That team was myself and a guy named Josh, who still is here. He's one of our mentors and teachers here. And somehow that team has become 60 people. So that's really, and we went independent 6 years ago. So really here, like I said, to answer your questions. I'm not here to talk about my brokerage. I might come back next week and do that. But I'm sure you have them. And I'm going to kind of open it up to you. And if you don't have any, I'll ask. But I mean, I'll start with this. How many of you have any idea where you're going to get your business from? Anybody? So that is the number one thing that you should be thinking about right now. I saw a lot of hands for full-time real estate. Does anybody, any of you have an idea of what to do to actually generate that business? Okay. What is your vision of where your business comes from? Anybody?
My parents are both realtors, so they want me to join the brokerage.
That's easy. Do they run a lead generation business? Or are they?
They just want me to come in meetings for like open houses and stuff like that.
Okay, awesome. So open houses is great. I mean, anybody else have any idea where your business might come from? That is why we have too much of a big failure rate in our industry. And I think it's because everybody likes the idea of real estate. Everybody likes the idea of the success that it can bring, making your own hours and so forth. But a lot of people get into the business and they really don't have any idea what to do to generate business. And it's not hard. Well, it's not complicated. It's not easy, but it's not complicated. It's pretty simple. So, you know, like if I were to ask you, if you started today not knowing anything, where would you expect to get a client from? Okay. And you raised your hand, said you'd love to do real estate full time, right? I'm picking on you now since nobody else asked me a question, but what would your income goal be?
Starting?
Yeah. At the end of first year. Okay. How many people do you know that want to buy or sell a house? Okay. So we, you know, we're about 10% there, or maybe a little higher than that. That's the biggest thing that I think everybody needs to understand is business doesn't come. A lot of people think that brokerages, when you'll sign up and you'll sign on with a broker, and the brokerage just has people that are ready to buy and sell. That's not true. Matter of fact, I'm one of the only brokers I know of, the few brokerages in town that actually provide leads to all of their agents. Most of the time, no, it's not. They'll tell you pick up the phone, start cold calling people, which I didn't do a lot of, but it does work. What else? Anybody have any other idea? I mean, where do you expect your business to come from?
Well, social media.
Okay, great. What do you do a lot of social media already?
Online business. I'm really good on like running ads and that stuff.
Okay.
Starting 2025, everybody goes to social media, and I think I'm gonna get my client through that.
Do you already have a following?
Yeah.
And
Well, I do have an Instagram account. I do have like 62,000 followers.
okay, awesome.
Yeah, so
Can you transition those followers to real estate?
not all of them, but some of them they may be like interested about
How many of those do you think are local?
local. Well, I have so many friends, maybe like 3,000, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Social media, you're absolutely correct, is one way that you can blow up your business. What's the hard part about it? It takes about a year. It takes 9 months to a year to really get your brand out there for social media. So we always like to break down marketing into to your prospecting, the way you get clients, into two different sections. One would be active prospecting. The other one would be passive prospecting. Social media is passive prospecting, which I think needs to be a large part of your business. It will pay you more and generate business calling you, which is awesome because you don't have to chase them, but it takes longer, right? So what I would suggest if you're looking at social media as a big plan is absolutely don't hesitate, start building the social media plan. It might take a little longer to get the return than some other products would, because there's a lot of trust involved in real estate. So they have to see you, they have to know your brand, they have to start seeing you as a professional that knows their market, knows everything about it. And then you might start getting people reaching out, asking you questions. You can provide them with the answers to that and become the person that they trust for real estate. In the beginning, though, to get going, unless you want to continue your other business for the time until you catch up with it, you're going to want something else to do.
Basically, my girlfriend's dad is a broker.
Okay, good.
It's gonna be easy to get in the business.
And he has extra clients to just give you? Okay, good, good. That's a good start. Anybody not have a broker for a friend? I mean, seriously, I'm asking these questions because I think this is the most important thing you need to figure out between now and when you start working. Other than passing your test, you guys got to do that first or you can't work. But where's your business going to come from and what activities are you going to do to get it? Any ideas?
Same thing as that social media.
Mhm. Okay, and do you already have a following? Okay,
Party rental business, so I'm in a lot of the groups in my area, so I figured word of mouth, I get tagged a lot in different things.
and are you going to, which I love that, that's good, it's a great answer. Are you going to publicly announce that this is your new career to the people that you do parties work with?
On my social media,
Mhm.
as well as in groups that I'm in the areas that I live in.
Okay, so that's your sphere, and that's awesome. And I think that's the best answer I've had yet because you can get business quickly off of that. And by the way, you don't have to be annoying. There's a lot of brokerages that teach the first thing they tell you to do is go out and call everybody that you know and ask them if they want to buy or sell a house. I hate that training. I can't stand it. We do teach call everybody you know, but they should not know it's a sales call. You should just be asking them how they're doing and care and look for an answer. And if they're not a narcissist, they're going to ask you what you're doing for work and what you're doing and how you are. And then all you really have to do is talk about how excited you are to be in real estate. Not I just started, not I'm trying, but yeah, I don't know if you heard, I got in real estate. I love this. It's so awesome. I get to help people buy or sell the largest asset. I love looking at homes. I love helping with it. Become that brand. And if you can become that brand to that party group, you'll get business faster than a lot of people because it sounds like you have a decent group of people that you already know, which is awesome. They already respect you. They already trust you and so forth.
People,
Mhm.
and they out there often.
Okay, awesome, awesome. Any other ideas how to get business? Yeah.
Like I said, I'm doing real estate investment.
Mhm.
I have hundreds of people every day that I tell things that I can't really help you because I have a lot of clients or people that are trying to sell their house. They have no equity in their house. And as an investor, I can't really help them. I have creative ways of trying to help them as well, but a lot of people it just boils down to they're underwater in their house, like they don't know, like some people too that are going through foreclosure. And
That's a
so
listing right there.
That's a fantastic listing.
I've been tricked down.
Where are you getting these people from?
Well, I
Wholesaling
do,
side.
Yeah, well, where's your prospecting come from?
I do paper leads.
Okay.
I do, phone calls, I do, a lot of different things. So-
Awesome. So I was going to ask you, I'm glad you brought this up because I was going to ask you about this anyway, because you said about wholesaling. So without disclosing something you can't disclose about a contract, what is your goal for your income off of a wholesale?
Wholesale is the easiest thing in the world.
But what is your goal as far as how much money you're going to make on that wholesale contract?
How much, what are you saying?
You're selling a contract basically for a markup, right? What do you expect on average for your markup to be?
25,000.
Okay. And you'll get that sometimes. What I found,
Explain what wholesaling is.
right, for anybody that doesn't know, do anybody know what wholesaling is? Everybody know? Wholesaling is basically you find somebody that wants to sell their house. You go to them and you go, hey, I'm gonna put an offer on your house. Hopefully you're honest and told them that you're gonna do this and you told them you're gonna sell the contract. And then you go sell that contract for a fee. Now, I will tell you something that I think, and Michael can back me up on this, 90% of the wholesaling I see is done illegally. If you go to somebody and you say, hey, I will buy your house for 125,000, I'm making up low numbers, like it's a, beat up house, $125,000 or $150,000, $500,000, doesn't matter. And then you go market that house for a higher dollar amount without disclosing that it's a wholesale, you've actually broken the law. Well, no, but you have to market it to the public. You can't market the house. So let's say you bought something for $300,000, right? And you want to make 25,000 on it, right? You can't go and market that house as a $325,000 house. You have to, and this is what everybody does, it's illegal, and I see it all the time. They go in and say, hey, I've got this great deal for 325. You can't do that. You're supposed. Do you disclose how much you've got the first contract for? Okay, good. Then you're doing it the right way. And 90% of people don't. Am I correct on this? Right? No, I'm not judging. I'm trying to help actually,
But- Wholesale first began, and I learned what people were doing in wholesaling many years ago. I was like, okay, this is gonna get shut down, it's illegal, they're not doing it correctly, they're doing it without a license, there's no regulation, all of this and that. And that's it, what he said is a really good point. A lot of people they're breaking the law when they're wholesaling. Not saying that you're doing that, I'm just saying that you have to be particular on how you present your offer, how you structure your marketing content, and make sure it complies with the law. I think it just makes sense for all wholesalers to also get a real estate license, because you're leaving meat on the bone, right? When you call somebody, you cold call somebody, and you say, hey, listen, I'm willing to pay X amount of dollars for your property. They're like, no, that's too low, and they hang up on you, or they're like, no, I know what my house is worth, and I'd rather just sell it myself for what it's worth. Well, I can help you with that too. You can only say that if you have a real estate license.
Right.
But if you don't, then you're just like, oh, well, I don't have anything to do.
Exactly.
And by the way, honestly, that's where I was headed with this.
I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't help. I said, I say, if you want a referral, because I do have realtors and friends,
Mhm.
if you want a referral, I can refer you to a realtor if you like, and most of them always say, oh, wow.
So, and that's actually what I was going. I wasn't trying to pick on you about the way you do it. It's just something for you to know is that you're supposed to disclose your wholesaling. You're supposed to disclose your fee in the middle. There's a way around that. Most people don't know how to do it right. But so something to be careful about. The reason I brought it up though, was because what I've learned from a ton of experience in doing it is I can usually make more money listing their house than I can wholesaling their house. I can get them more money and I can make more money. And what I've also found is if you get the right investors involved, you can double that money. So for instance, I have an investor that our group here has used for a few years. I met her 7 or 8 years ago on one of my listings, and she's a broker. And she mainly does flips. And instead of worrying about wholesaling, I go get a listing agreement signed. She'll give a better offer than most of the other investors, and she gives me the full 6% or whatever I've negotiated. So I'm literally doing no work at all. And I make one phone call to one person and get 6% of the sales price. So you'll learn that most people that I know that have done wholesaling and then got their real estate license and got into it, you'll end up listing a lot more houses than you wholesale. And what's nice about it, though, is you have the ability, because you know wholesale, you know that side of it. You have the ability, like we have listing programs now that we like lead programs that we work on now and marketing programs we work on now for cash offers. And so we offer a cash offer out. Well, I can tell you that maybe 1 in 10, 1 in 20 people actually take the cash offer. We take them one, we can get them one. If they sign my agreement, I can get them 5 cash offers tomorrow if I want. Those cash offers are going to be low, as you know. And so what it gives us the ability to do is get in the door and go, hey, yes, we can cash offer. Here's probably what that offer will look like. It's going to be relatively 70% of ARV after renovation value. That's the way they do math. So 70%, what it would be after it fixed, 65, 70% after what it would fix up to be. So it's going to be a low offer, but this is what it would list for on the open market. And sometimes, I mean, if they got a problem showing it, if there's issues with the house, maybe the cash offer is better for them. But what you'll find is a lot of those people, actually most of the people, 90% of them, are probably going to take you up on listing. But you wouldn't have gotten in the door if you didn't have the cash offer to offer them. So one of the things we try to do is have multiple resources to get cash offers. I mean, very, very few people actually accept the cash offer once they see what it would sell for in the open market.
Well, most of the people that we sell to are distressed owners that absentee note, owners sometimes that are bored or they don't want to rent anymore and they're just wanting to sell it and just be done.
And you'll find that when you offer those people both sides, they're going to list more often than they're going to sell. I know we just closed one that the lady inherited a house and from her mom, and she was living in it, and all of a sudden started getting foreclosure papers. She thought it was paid off. Mom had opened this big equity line up and didn't tell anybody. And so then the equity line hadn't been paid in months, and she was going to get foreclosed on and couldn't afford it. She got calls from, once she hit the foreclosure, she got calls from a ton of real estate agents, not real estate, a ton of wholesalers, ton of investors and so forth. We got her $60,000 more than anybody else could. We sold it one day. So distress doesn't mean that they have to sell cash. You know, distress means that we need to figure out the best plan for them, which might be cash or it might not. And matter of fact, that's actually an interesting story. By doing that for her, her attorney that was handling her bankruptcy and foreclosure is now sending us business. And he's sent us, I think, 2 clients. I know one's listing next week. It's really cool. Yeah.
Once they get the license to the wholesaling side of the business, because it is a really good trainer, right? It does help them with sales in general because they have to pick up the phone if they're gonna be wholesaling. They have to have those awkward conversations. They have to convince people, persuade people, and it could lead to more business on the listing side.
I think it's good to have the knowledge of it in your toolbox, but I think it's going to be rarely used once you have access to everything else.
I had to go through a course for the investment, and I went through a company, I paid a lot of money to get the specialized knowledge. But they actually teach you how to sell, and they go into your mindset, they go into a lot of things like.
How much do you spend? How much does the company charge? 10, 13?
Okay, I got them cheaper than that, but friends of mine that have paid $20,000, I got a referral from them and I got it for $7,000.
All right, we're in the wrong.
I was about to say, I teach that for free here at the brokerage.
I can't even explain, like, they told me things that I'm like, what? Like, I never knew.
And they said, we got the money, so bring it to us.
Well, but they opened up, I mean, I can't even explain, because I went through ASAWAL, I've been doing the ASAWAL course, and I'm here because I can't even get through it because it's just too much. So I'm like, real estate here is actually teaching you all kinds of rules and regulations and this and that, but I haven't gotten yet how to actually sell a home. Like, it doesn't tell me, like, I'm just learning rules and regulations and whatever, but how do you actually sell a home? And I guess
That's what we try to teach. Yeah, That's what we teach, is exactly how to sell the house, right? And I think wholesaling is great. I think what you'll probably learn is your skills wholesaling. You'll probably start using wholesaling less and your license more. I don't know if I know an agent. Coming from licensed agents.
People that are realtors and that are crushing it as like their investors now. Not that they don't use their real estate license, but some of them, they're like, all I do with my real estate license is make referrals to other realtors. So they're like anybody that they don't sell to, they pass it
Yeah,
up.
so you're gonna make money on both sides.
And we've got agents that do that. We've got agents that a lot of their businesses invest on the investment side. If you have everything to offer, you'll get a lot more business. If you're able to offer both sides, if you're able to offer a cash offer right away, close quick, you'll find, and I can just tell you from personal experience of going on 100 of those appointments, you'll find that most of them are going to actually want to list if you've offered it to them. Most people that sell with that cash offer ahead of time didn't get to talk to somebody, well, a realtor that actually knows how to do all sides of it, right? So if I were to go on a presentation and I meet somebody that's distressed or so forth, I got all kinds of options for them. I can get them cash offers from 5 companies within the next 2 days. Somebody will buy their house and close whenever they want to close. I have an attorney who will front all of the money on a loan as long as I tell him I'm going to sell the house and he trusts me. He'll front all the money on a loan to do any renovation work possible. He'll take the money back at closing. So if the person's got a house that needs a little work and they got a little time, we can we're doing one of those right now where we're getting walls painted, it's pre-foreclosure, walls painted, drywall done, carpets clean, like $6,000 worth of work. To get it done, it'll sell for $20,000 more because we're doing that. And then the attorney will take like his little cut at closing. He also runs a title company that wraps in closing. So we've got the ability to front the money to fix it up and sell it for more. If they've got the time to do that. If it's in decent shape and they're better off, as the client is better off, hey, let's just list it. I can sell this quick. That's better. And what we find with the clients is if I go list a house that you would have offered a wholesale and been able to go charge the extra 25,000, if I go list that house on the open market, now if you're buying it for yourself, great, that's your investment. But if I go list that house on the open market, anywhere close to that price, there's a lot of really dumb investors. And somebody's going to overpay for it. So it might be where some of these people that you talk to that are borderline foreclosure, borderline underwater, where that cash offer doesn't work for them, but you could get them a really quick closing from an actual cash offer if you listed it, because somebody else thinks it's a good idea to buy that. The lady I talked about that got the extra $60,000, it sold cash in a day to an investor, but the investor wanted to keep it for rental. I still think he paid too much for it because he had too much work to do. I mean, he was going to spend $60,000 to have it be worth about $50,000 more. To get it to go. So anyway, just food for thought. I think as you get into the business, you start talking to people, you'll find that your wholesale experience is going to be invaluable. Your ability to call people and get them to talk to you about selling a house is going to be invaluable. Once you have a toolbox that gives you more options for the people that can actually get their house sold, like you were talking about, then you've got multiple ways to help the client. And what I'll tell you about this business, if there's anything you learn from what I talk about today, if you can put the client's goals first, and you can help a client out, your business will take off because they're going to give you more clients. The easiest place to get business is from somebody that you already did business with. They're going to send you more. The more business you do, the more referrals you're going to get. So if you can go out and help somebody out of a situation like a foreclosure or whatever it might be, the same stuff you're doing, and you can help them in the best way possible for them, whether that's a wholesale, whether that's listing their house, whether it's getting them a loan up front to cover the bills. If you can get all these assets together, and then yes, we do teach how to sell a house the proper way, how to do the right marketing and all of that. If you can do all of that for the client and get them this outcome, that's the best outcome for them, then A, you've got a very stand-up business that people will respect, but B, that person's going to send you more and more and more and more business. And the easiest business is the business you don't have to get on the phone and prospect for, right? It just starts coming to you. And that's what we've learned over time. It's just coming in. Cool. I know Michael's going to get started here in a minute. Real quick. Any questions for me at all? I'm here. You have a chance. Yes.
I guess after the person gets the license, do you teach them how to actually sell?
Yeah. So in my background in real estate personally, I actually teach that class personally. We only have 4 people that teach here. We've got when I started, my quick story, when I started when I started a brokerage, when I started working at a large big box brokerage, when I first started as a real estate agent, I went to a different class every day for 30 days. I found out the people that were teaching those classes, most of them had sold 4 or 5 homes in the last year. It was very unimpressive. I didn't learn a lot at all. So when I opened this office, I was adamant the only people that will teach here are going to be top producing agents. So there's only 4 people that teach. Josh, who's worked for me for 8 years. Emily, who runs the team. Joe, who walked out of here a minute ago. He's tons of experience. And then myself. And so my second year in the business, I sold 48 homes. I did 75 year 3, 76 year 4, and then started building this. I only did listings. That's all I did. And probably the reason I was able to take the amount of business that I took was because I have a listing presentation and I have a listing format and a marketing format that sells phones for a little bit higher dollar amount and at a faster rate than my competition did. And I have stats to show that I would take on appointments and so forth. I would tell them why I was able to do that, what I did that was different than other agents, because it helps you with the competition. So yeah, absolutely. I personally teach that here. And that's one of the big things for you to learn, not only how to sell a house, and how to market it, but how to present that to the client, because they're talking like 5 other agents usually. Buyers shop for houses, sellers shop for agents or wholesalers or cash offers, whatever it might be, and their options. And so if you can, and I took a ton of my time to build a presentation that's built backwards from all the concerns, all the worries, all the emotion, everything that comes from a seller. So that's what I personally built. We do teach it here. We teach it, and then we actually have a video of it as well, an entire listing presentation. And so, yes, you do learn all of that. I think it's one of the biggest things you can learn in the business is how to have a great listing presentation, because you are going to compete. You're going to compete when you go on these listings. I would tell you, I would say probably, I don't know, I've been on a few hundred of them, and I've probably competed in 75 to 80%. And I have a very high closing rate, but it's because I've really focused on the presentation. And then if you just follow what you promised to do in the presentation, you're going to sell the house. And you're going to sell it faster than most, and you're going to sell it better than most. A lot of it is also how to price it. That doesn't mean to price it low. That means to price it right. Right is usually the top of what it can actually go for. And usually in competition, somebody's promising them more. So you have to present your price in a way that it makes sense to them. You've got to earn their trust. You're usually only meeting for this person for 1 phone call and then maybe an hour at their house. And my goal is within that 1 phone call and the hour meet them at their house for me to walk out with a signed agreement saying that I'm the one selling it instead of anybody else. I'm able to do that almost 9 times out of 10. And so, yeah, that's very important. Not only how to sell it, but how to present that to the seller so you can be the one that sells it. Yes. You can come join my brokerage and come to my class. Yeah, we teach to our agents. So I teach 4 of the classes that, I guess 5 of the classes that we teach to brand new agents. There's 4 of us that teach. We have an entire training program that goes in the beginning, and then a mentorship program that goes on for months after that until you really kind of goes until you got 10 deals. That we really kind of try to hold somebody's hand through the process. So no, I don't teach it for the public. I teach it for our agents. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. So I'll repeat the question in case somebody didn't hear it. I think you said, as a new sales associate, how do you get a broker to want to take you in? Can you breathe? And you're going to have a license. 90% of brokers in town will want you to work there. I'm not one of them. I actually do have 2 ways to work here. I can talk about that next time. Look, it's brokerages. A lot of them charge monthly fees. If you work there, you're paying your monthly fee. They're making money. We don't charge any fees here. If you, if otherwise, they don't really care. A lot of them, most brokerages, most of the big ones that I see, they throw everybody in a training class for 30 days. When you're done, they throw you out on the street and good luck getting help if you need it. Which is exactly why I opened an office, because we don't do it that way. Exactly why I opened this. One of the things I try to talk to people about is what is their dedication? How bad do they want to do this? Do you really want to do this? Even if you've got to work in part-time or whatever, is this what you want to do, right? And we take the people. Matter of fact, I just had a guy come in today. I met him 7 years ago, before I even had an office. And I told him that that's what I was looking for. And he had a real estate license back then. And he came in, he called me over the weekend and he said, hey, I know you said you're looking for people that are dedicated. I've been doing this other work. I've just kind of had it there. I haven't done anything with my license. I'm ready. He'll be starting here next week. And, but because he's got that dedication, you won't have any problems getting a broker to take you. Literally, if you're breathing and have a license, most of them are very interested in having you. I don't charge monthly fees. We spend a ton of time and energy on training. So I want people that actually at least want to go after it and go get the business, not just hang a license somewhere, which is very different in a lot of places. And, so it's a matter of which brokerage that what you want in a brokerage is what I think you need to look at. Some of them are going to focus on high commissions. That's great. Sounds good. As long as you can make those commissions, right? 100%, you hear 100% brokerages, you're going to pay a monthly fee. If you've got it out there to go do, you can do it. Other brokerages are going to have more support, more training, more systems, better technology. Those cost money, so they're offset. Some are monthly fees, some are based. You won't have any problems getting a brokerage to hang your license with. You should be focusing on which one's going to fit you and what your goals are the best. Does that answer it? Cool. Any other questions for me? Anybody online? All right, Michael. I might come back next week. We'll see.
Yeah, hopefully you can. Clap it up for Ryan. Thank you so much.
Extremely valuable. We appreciate you as always. And we're going to get started. Testing. Can you guys hear me online? All right, cool. Who are we missing here? We're missing Hubert, Shirley.
I'm here, but Hubert's having some connection issue.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to get started with our review questions. And then we will take a break. Sound good? All right, let's jump into it. The review questions for units 3 and 4. We got to get started here. All right, beginning with unit 3. All right, I'm going to take over for these questions. If you have any concerns, do not hesitate to ask, and we'll discuss. If it needs an explanation, I'll provide one to you. If you have any questions, let me know. Number 1, the following statements are true with respect to the members of FREC, except that they, C, are DeBeeper employees, because we know they're not employees of DeBeeper, the governor, or the government. In lieu of being salaried employees, we know how they're compensated. We'll have a question about that in just a moment. Members of FREC are appointed by, is D as in Delta, governor, and confirmed by the state or Florida Senate. Number 3, which duty is an exercise of FREC's quasi-legislative power? It's C as in Charlie, to promulgate, to enact the laws. Talks about adopting the laws. Number 4, real estate licensees on active duty with the U.S. Army are required to renew their licenses. D as in Delta, within 2 years of discharge. The term of office for each commission member is, B as in Bravo, 4-year staggered terms. How many consecutive back-to-back 4-year terms? 2, just like the president, just like the governor. Makes sense because every new governor gets to choose their own 7. Did you see on the news that Trump tapped DeSantis on the shoulder to be the Secretary of Defense? Did you see that? Yes, exactly. So if he takes that appointment, then that means he'll have to resign as the governor of Florida, which would be pretty sad for us. But who knows who will replace him. Number 6, the members of the commission receive $50 per diem plus reimbursement for out-of-pocket expenses while on official business. How often does FREC meet? Once a month. Where do they meet? The headquarters for the Division of Real Estate, which is downtown Orlando. You got it. 400 West Robinson Street, to be exact. 7, which commission's responsibility is an exercise of its quasi-judicial power? Yes, D as in Delta, grant or deny license applications. The commission is not empowered to. C, as we described, their authority does not extend to criminal. They can't put you in jail. They can't force you to pay money to an injured party in a lawsuit. They can recommend, they just can't enforce themselves because they're limited to administrative matters, which is license matters. So the most severe penalty that FREC can impose against a licensee is to do what with their license? Revocation of their license. Is revocation permanent? Permanent? Revocation of your real estate license, since it's the most severe penalty they can impose, yes, it is permanent, which means you can never get a license again in the state of Florida. We talked about that specifically yesterday. 9, specific responsibilities of FREC do not include. It's D, providing services necessary for the preparation, administration of licensing examinations. Whose job is it to prepare and administer the state exam? Yes, they're contracted through DBEPR. Yeah, Division of Professions is who has the contract with Pearson VUE to administer the state exam, but it's ultimately DBEPR. 10, which power is not granted to the DBEPR under Florida Statute 455? Yes, C as in Charlie, appoint FREC members because that's DeSantis's job. Number 11, which statement regarding the DBEPR is true? It is B as in Bravo. The DBEPR operates under the executive branch of the Florida government. 12, FREC may reinstate a null and void license when? Correct answer is A, if you can prove a physical or economic hardship. A is in Alpha. How many members of FREC may hold a current active sales associate license? A, 1, yes, and have been licensed for at least 2 years. 2 of them are consumer members, people who have never had a real estate license. 1 of them has to be 60 or older in age. 4 of them are active brokers who have been licensed for at least 5 years. 14, an active real estate licensee fails to renew their third 2-year license before the expiration date on the license will what? If it's their third 2-year license, that means they've already completed their most important renewal, which is the first. And we know every renewal after the first is called a CE, which stands for continuing education, which is only 14 hours. And if you're late, they do give you a break. They'll allow you to go past the expiration date for your second and subsequent renewals. But until you renew, they're going to automatically place you on what status? The answer, A, reverts automatically to involuntary inactive status at the end of the license period. And how long could you be involuntary inactive late to renew before you lose your license? A is in Alpha, 2 years. 16, who may not reactivate a license to active status? Yes, if you fail to complete your post-licensing course prior to your first expiration of that initial license. 17, an owner-developer owns several properties with different names, but all of the business entities are closely connected and controlled by the owner-developer. An associate working for that owner-developer may legally obtain a group license. If you have any alarms set on your phone today, just make sure that you turn it off before it goes off, or put your phone on vibrate. 18, a broker moves his real estate office to a new location. He's so busy with the move, he forgets to notify the DBEPR. The license will A, cease to be in force as a direct result of failing to notify. 19, which statement is true regarding multiple licenses? Yes, B as in Bravo, the broker who works as a broker for more than one brokerage company holds multiple licenses. And 20, a broker decides to relocate her real estate brokerage office. She notifies the DBEPR of change in business address. She informs the DBEPR of the names of the associates who are no longer associated with her brokerage. The associates' licenses will be placed on inactive status. Any questions here? Okay, let's move on to Unit 4. Actually, what we're going to do is, yes. Remember, involuntary inactive is a result of failing to renew on time for your CE. Cease to be enforced is when you fail to notify on time. So one is failing to renew on time, one is failing to notify on time. Well, you have a license, but it's on a status that prohibits you from practicing real estate. All right, take care. Thank you, Ryan. Awesome presentation. Thank you. Let's go ahead and review those 3 relationships that we need to know in order to understand and be tested on Unit 4. So we talked about the no brokerage relationship. Do you remember this? It's the what relationship? The paperwork relationship, you're limited to taking care of the what within the agreement or the contracts essentially to solidify the deal. And the question I get from time to time is, okay, Michael, if I'm just taking care of the paperwork, do I have to charge a less commission or a flat fee for this? The amount of commission to be paid in our business is always what? Negotiable between all parties involved. It's always negotiable. So just remember that. Everything in real estate is negotiable, especially your compensation. And Florida law does not limit how much you charge for your services. So just a nugget for you. Anyhow, so the no brokerage relationship trend, they're taking care of the contracts to solidify the deal. And we know there's no representation, no negotiation, no facilitation. That's why it's called no broker, not negotiating, right? Not facilitating. And we know most likely when you would end up in that relationship, when dealing with what? You actually wrote this down. Yes, for sale by owners. Good job. FSBO sellers, for sale by owners. The name itself gives away the fact that they don't want you to sell it for them. For sale by the owner, not you, not an agent. So if that's the case, they want to find the buyer, they want to negotiate, but then they want you to take care of the paperwork. Does that make sense? So they would hire you as a no broker if that was the circumstance. The transaction broker, which is the most common, and even though there's 3 relationships, you are it's assumed that you're a what? In the state of Florida, you're a transaction broker, right? Okay, transaction broker, the reason why it's so popular is because you are in a position of representation. Representation does exist in the transaction broker relationship, but you're not limited to one side. You can represent both sides, but you must remain what within the transaction? Neutral within the transaction. How do you remain neutral in the negotiation process when you know buyers and sellers are dealing at what with one another? Arm's length, caveat emptor. Do you remember this? Okay, we'll have a question about that in just a moment. What you do is you present offers and information to each side until they can reach a what? Agreement. That's it. It's as simple as that. That's how you remain neutral. But yes, you can represent both sides and make a commish off of both sides. Any questions about that? All right. But it says exercise limited confidentiality. That's one of your duties in the transaction broker relationship. So that means if you receive information that could jeopardize one party's leverage in the transaction when it comes to negotiation. For instance, the seller pulls you to the side and they tell you, hey, listen, I'm desperate. I got to sell it for this price by this date. Otherwise, I'm going to be in huge financial burden and ruin. Are you going to use that against them and take that information to your investor buddy that's going to lowball them and say, they'll probably take it because they're desperate? No, that is not remaining neutral. Does that make sense? Okay. So transaction broker, abide by that. And then the single agent relationship, it's just like it sounds. You're single. You're going to choose one side to represent. And that side you choose, you have full loyalty, obedience. It's the only relationship out of the 3 where what exists starts with an F. Fiduciary relationship, which means what? Alliance, allegiance with each other. And for that reason, because fiduciary only exists in the single agent relationship, what is that party referred to as that you have this relationship with? They're delegating authority to you. Principal, and you're assuming that responsibility, you are classified as an agent. Yes, perfect. And if you already have a single agent relationship with one side, what's the only other way that you can assist the other side with what relationship? No brokerage, because no brokerage has no representation. If you already have full representation, loyalty, obedience to one side, you can't represent the other side. But you can have the no representation agreement. All right. Yep, exactly. Yes. Yeah. Yes, you can. Good question. All right, question 1 here. Let's jump into it now. A lot of this is going to be summarized because of what we just reviewed, but I think it's good for us to have that review so we truly understand how we're going to be tested from Unit 4. And what we just got done discussing, it seems like a lot of you retain the information from last night. Perfect. You're going to be good when it comes time to taking your exam. Question 1, a real estate brokerage company has entered into a single agent relationship with a buyer. To show this buyer property, listed by the same brokerage company, what would you have to accomplish? So basically what they're saying, you have a single agent relationship with both sides. Can you bring these two parties together legally? No, that would be an illegal what? Dual agency, right? Being a double agent. But you could get them to sign a document to switch the relationship. It's called the consent to transition to transaction broker form. And you can't do this verbally. You have to get it in writing. And it's D as in Delta. Both must sign that transition document. And what relationship are you switching to? Of course, right? So you can represent both sides, remain neutral. But then that leads us to that question, why wouldn't you just select that from the very beginning? The transaction broker relationship, to avoid this having to switch and all of this stuff. Number two, the brokerage relationship disclosure requirements in Chapter 475 of Florida statutes apply to. It's B, the sale of a condo unit, a residential sale. That's why it's not C, because C says residential lease. Three, which statement best describes the duty of loyalty in a single agent relationship? Yes, that's a piece of cake right there. Must act in the best interest of the keyword principal, which we reviewed. We know what a principal is. For a real estate broker who works in a keyword limited capacity for both sides is called a what? B as in Bravo, transaction broker. You got it. 5, a licensee of ABC Realty must give the no brokerage relationship notice to. When you're dealing with a FSBO, we see that. Ding, ding. Longest answer as well. 6, a broker has listed a seller's property. The seller has disclosed the. All right, let me summarize this. There is a loose tile under a rug. The buyer can't see it for themselves. What's your duty since you have knowledge of it? Disclose. So it doesn't matter that it's so small. It's just a loose tile. What's the big deal? It's a defect and you're aware of it. You must disclose it because a buyer cannot see it for themselves. What about death or illegal activity associated with the property? Is that something that has to be disclosed? Federal law says no. Transaction broker has all the duties listed below except, yep, because that's a duty of the single agent relationship. Number 8, I'll paraphrase. You receive 2 offers. What's your duty? Yeah, so what answer reflects presenting both offers, explain the details of each? Yes, it's D as in Delta. Do you get to decide which offer is most attractive and only present the most attractive offer? No, you don't get that luxury. You have to present all offers. It's the seller that gets to decide. And I've won for my buyers when submitting offers when I knew my offer was less than what other offers received were coming in. And the way that I won would surprise you. And I use every edge that I can get when representing buyers, working with them. The edge that I used was getting the buyers to type up a letter explaining what that property meant to them and their family and what it meant to become a homeowner and live in this community. They view it as their dream house. And I told them, give me a nice family photo as well. And I'm going to attach it to that letter and I'm going to attach it to the offer when I submit it. And they presented all of that to the seller and that won them the property. Out of all of these amazing offers that they got in, they went with a lower offer, my clients, because of that. Because you never know what that seller's motivations are and who they want their property to go to. They wanted it to go to a good family because they raised their family in that home and they have tons of equity. So, really?
Mom was the other son, and she saw that, and she was like, "I want her to have my house." And it had a lower offer than.
That's beautiful.
She wanted to go to the
I love that.
I was looking for a house, my realtor acted like they couldn't do that. I wasn't getting accepted for nothing, even if I went higher. That's why I bought my.
Well, sometimes you don't have savvy real estate professionals out there. Okay, there's nothing wrong with it. Anyhow, let's continue to number 9. In a common public relationship that exists in a typical real estate transaction, buyers and sellers are said to be dealing at. Yes. What's the Latin phrase? What's that? It's caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware. This is a good try. Good attempt. 10. Caveat emptor. Yeah. If you see it as one of your choices, you'll probably remember. 10, if a principal, keyword principal, gives a broker instructions that will result in loss or harm to that principal, the broker what? He should inform them of the possible harm, do as instructed because you have free will as a human being and maybe suffer the consequences, or withdraw from the relationship. Number 11, a broker's obligations to consumers with whom the brokerage firm have a no brokerage relationship include the duty of? It's B as in Bravo, accounting for all funds. And that's where remembering the duties for each relationship come in. 12, designated sales associates are best described as a single agent for both sides in a non-residential transaction. It says asset thresholds that the buyer and seller must have. What are those asset thresholds? How much? Says they each have to have assets of $1 million or more. Yep. Good memory. 13, which relationship is a general agency relationship? Relationship between an employing broker and their associate. They try to trick you with broker associate, but they're still an associate. And they operate under the supervision of a broker. 14, which action will terminate a single agent relationship with a principal who has listed a home for sale with a brokerage? Yeah, definitely D. Right? Not somebody who's interested. I mean, come on. 15, a real estate broker and the broker's associates are obligated to which duty in all relationships. See, deal honestly and fairly. Any questions here? How you guys feel after the review? A little bit more confident? That's the purpose. Good participation. I appreciate it. Let's take a break. I want you guys to be back at 6:05. 6:05. Stretch out, grab a snack, do what you got to do. Vending machine, restroom. See you guys in just a moment.
In an era where online education often falls short, there's an oasis transforming the digital learning landscape. Welcome to Cameron Academy. With our AI-powered platform, we're not just changing the game, we're rewriting the rules. At Cameron Academy, we're not just elevating education, we're lifting learners to new heights. Our comprehensive video lessons and AI tutors simplify complex real estate concepts. At Cameron Academy, we do more than prepare you for your exams. We equip you with the essential knowledge for a successful career in real estate. Break away from the traditional. Think computerized exams. A convenient study app at your fingertips and AI support, but wait, that's not all. Live chat support when you need it, AI-driven text-to-speech content, your own personal AI tutor, and instant online certifications. This isn't just education. This is the future. We're reimagining what it means to ascend to success in the real estate industry. Choose Cameron Academy, the oasis of innovative learning. Your journey to success starts here.
Okay. Let's get started with our session for today. Units 5 and 6. Unit 5 is the most important unit in the textbook as far as the percentage of questions you're going to see on your state exam. The majority, I don't want to say the majority of the questions on the state exam, but out of the units that we're going to cover, 19 units, this represents the largest percentage of questions. 12% of your state exam comes from this unit alone. How many units are there in the textbook? Curious? There's 19. So if the state exam is 100 questions, divide that by 19. If you evenly distribute, it's way less than 12%. But this unit, not all units are weighed the same. This unit is heavier as far as what you're going to be tested on. But why? Look at the title: Real Estate Brokerage Activities Procedures. The procedures you must follow when operating within a brokerage company. Very important to your success as a real estate professional. And we're going to learn about some of the rules that the broker must follow as well. Why? Because you want to make sure that you're working with a broker that's compliant. If their license is jeopardized, then could it jeopardize your license, your status, and your money? And nobody messes with your money, right? So we have to understand these rules. Now, I can start by telling you the most important units in the textbook. Yeah. I want you to write these down, actually. Let me tell you the most important. Actually, what you're asking for is in your account. It's on that list of the resources. So if you log into your dashboard and so forth, and you look at course materials, you'll see that we include this. It's called like a candidate handbook. And it tells you the percentages that come from each unit that you're going to be tested on and the topics that are going to be covered on the state exam. Yeah. Let's go ahead and write down the most important units are as follows: 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16. Huh? These are the most important units in the textbook. So understanding the detail, the content within these units is going to put you in good shape in preparation for passing that state exam. Yes. No. And chronologically, yes. You see, chronologically, lowest to highest. But unit 5 is the most, right? So if we're putting it in order, obviously this wouldn't make sense. But anyhow, I digress. How many units did I provide to you here? It's 9, right? Isn't it 9? How many units are in the textbook? 19. So I cut your textbook and by more than half. You're welcome. Okay. Not saying the other units are irrelevant and you're not going to study, but I'm just telling you that you need to focus more of your effort towards those 9. Does that make sense? All right. So let's jump into it. On page 90, is that right? Yes, 90. Our first subject, brokerage offices. Can an associate open up their own brokerage office? No, what license is required? We know that requires, as an associate, first completing your post-license course, submitting application fingerprints and all that. But we know that it's education, 72-hour pre-license course, and experience. How much experience must you have? 2 years within a 5-year time period. But while being active with a what? Broker. To become a broker, you must be active with a broker, not an owner-developer. You can't earn the experience credit in that fashion. So I'm just confirming some things for you guys. You'll see right here some new information. All active brokers are required to have an office. Something you might not have known. And to register the office with whom? With the beeper. You got it. And the beeper is going to issue a license for that location. Every location is unique, must be issued its own unique license. Is there any limit to the amount of offices one broker can have? No. More to maintain, but yes, they can. Some features of that office that you register with the state. It has to meet some requirements, the office, the location you operate out of. It says, has to have at least one enclosed room in a building of what type of construction? Stationary. That provides privacy to conduct negotiations and closings of real estate transaction. That makes sense. An enclosed location where you're performing real estate services. If I can simplify it, it says the law does not require that brokers keep their accounting books, records, transaction files in the office, because now you can store documents electronically in the cloud, but you must retain documents for how many years? 5 years, perfect. On line 19, it talks about the acceptable location of your brokerage office. And if you look on line 19, it says, as long as local zoning does not conflict with you doing so, and as long as the HOA does not prohibit it, you can establish your primary brokerage office potentially within your own what? Residence, your home, which is amazing. There's a property right now. I'm wrapping up renovations on it, and I might keep it as a portfolio property, but this property is extremely special in the way that it's a lakefront pool house, and it has dual zoning, and it's in Castleberry. I don't know if you're familiar with the Castleberry area. It's like Castleberry, Maitland, Winter Park, that area, and it's on a main thoroughfare. So what that allows you to do is the dual zoning is office residential. So you can work from home legally, like have a business, a fully operating business within your home. And the way I designed it with the renovations, I structured it as a lock off. So you can lock off one side of the property, utilize it as a business, and live on the other side. It's pretty cool. And the lock off side has its own entrance as well, all by design. So in this circumstance, first of all, there's no HOA for that property, and the zoning allows you 100% to do it. But sometimes zoning does not allow you to do this. So you have to do research on that.
If I were to have a home office, I would be within a commercial area.
Not necessarily. So you just have to make sure it complies with local zoning. So you could operate, you have an office within your home, right? But if it's a brokerage office, right, rather than just an office you dedicate for spending time to work on business things, right? You have to understand this. And HOAs could restrict you operating a business out of your primary residence. So that's just something that you should be concerned with and do research on. Yes. Local zoning, the laws for that area. So the city and county might have laws that prohibit you from doing certain things with your property, including like operating a business out of your home, right? So, well, that's a completely different subject, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Now, if it was zoned agricultural, and you can live on agricultural property as well, then you would have the ability to potentially put farm animals in your backyard and so forth. Like in Winter Park, they tried this pilot program that allows you to have a chicken coop in your backyard. I don't have the space for it, but I think it's pretty interesting. What was that? How did you grow chicken eggs? Oh, okay. All right. That's cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's an amazing project. I love when schools and teachers take that initiative because kids love it. Growing plants and raising animals and classroom pets and all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you can. It's called rezoning. Yeah, but you have to appease the local government, and you have to request a rezoning, and it's not an easy effort, or an endeavor rather. It does take effort to accomplish that. Yeah, you have to find out, they have a probably application process, and then you probably have to meet with the commissioners and you have to convince them. And then if they give you the stamp of approval, then it could potentially be rezoned and you can develop what you want to accomplish. But there's also density things you have to worry about, like how many houses you can build how many units you can put per acre, and also setbacks from the neighboring properties, environmental studies, impact fees, a lot of things that go into development, especially here. It's just, it is what it is. But all great topics. We got a little off topic, but that's they were great questions. Now, let's move on. The cool thing is you could potentially establish within your own residence and then branch out from that point on. And that's our next subject. Every new location would be registered with the state as a what type of office? Yeah, and pay the appropriate registration fees. Any questions about this? You might be curious, what are those fees? $100 per license. You basically pay for the license. But then every 2 years, you have to renew that license. Broker. For their offices, because associates cannot open up their own office. Yes. About $100, yeah. Each location, yeah. Every license, yeah, requires some type of renewal fee. Nope. Yeah, it's very affordable. And fees are a lot cheaper now than they were in the past, I'll tell you that. Including your application fee. I told you I spent over $200 when I got my license. Now, for you guys, it's like $40. I had to, yeah, the application, you had to print it out and make sure you get the latest version because they did update the application from time to time. That's a whole nother thing. And then you had to fill it out by hand. So it's not like a digital form. So you had to make sure that you didn't miss anything or make mistakes, and handwriting issues. Imagine a lot of people, chicken scratch and all that stuff. And then you had to take a fingerprinting card. Have you ever seen a fingerprinting card where you roll your fingers in ink and then put it on the card? You had to do that and attach it to the application, 2 money orders. And you were lucky to get a response in a few weeks. But now it's streamlined. Everything is online digital, which is beautiful. Lucky for you guys. Registrations issued to branch offices are not what? So that means if you close down that location, decide to open up another, you can't transfer that license. You have to get issued a new license for that new location. That's all it means. Unless you reopen in the same location. When is that going to happen, right? You leave that location for another that you think is better. It doesn't work out and you decide to go back to the previous location. I mean, it's probably rare. But let's move on. On page 91, I want to briefly mention this to you. This is something in our business called temporary shelters. The best example I can provide to you of what a temporary shelter is. Have you ever seen a newly constructed subdivision with a trailer in the front, like a construction trailer? Yeah, these construction trailers, they're temporary, right? Eventually they're going to move them off. But it's like this mobile office, essentially, that cannot be recognized or operate as a brokerage office because of the feature we talked about just a moment ago. We see at least one enclosed room in a building of what type of construction? Stationary, not mobile, not temporary. You're welcome. It is a big unit, unit 5. So brokerage offices cannot operate out of temporary shelters. And I just gave you a prime example of that, but not so important. And this is all preliminary to what I really want to show you in this unit, including this next subject. So I'll be brief. Office signs. If you have a brokerage office as a broker, which you're not a broker yet, and you're not going to be a broker anytime soon, but you still have to learn this, you have to display a sign near or about the entrance. It says on the exterior or the interior of the entrance, or easily observed by anyone as they enter the office. So this brokerage office, this is a brokerage office. Outside of this door, you'll see their sign. It's a plaque. And it must contain some information. The business name, that's what a trade name is. Also known as a fictitious name if you haven't heard of that before. Broker's name has to be displayed. And the words licensed real estate broker, anything else is additional and unnecessary. So what does that mean? Well, this is how you might be tested, guys. Look at this example. They say the question is, which of the following information does not need to be included on an office sign? So look at this example. What information does not need to be included? Yes, the name of the broker associate. We don't care about that. At least the state doesn't care about it. you have to include this information, right? The trade name, broker's name, the words licensed real estate broker. Anything else is additional, unnecessary. Now, let's go to the next page. And a very important topic, advertising, which is a big part of our business. And a few of you mentioned social media and different forms of marketing. That's what advertising is. That's what this subject is all about. And any successful real estate professional will tell you, you need to reinvest at least 10% of your earnings back into marketing yourself. Because I hate to break it to you, but you are the brand. You are the brand. Remember what we talked about yesterday? About referrals that you get from deals you did in the past? Do they care about what brokerage company that you worked for at the time when you helped them sell or purchase property? No, they remember you. You're the person they hired. You're the person that they're going to call. They can care less about what brokerage company you're with. Does that make sense? There was a study done by a major university, very prestigious university that offers a 4-year degree in real estate program, which is a joke. But one of the studies that they had to do for their class was finding out why sellers chose real estate agents they found online to sell their property, why they selected one versus another. And the number one reason as to why they selected a real estate agent online, one particular agent over another, would surprise you. They said it's because of their profile picture. Their profile picture. I mean, that's degrading, isn't it? I mean, the one thing you think wouldn't be a factor is the most important thing. So they are prejudging you, is what that means. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just stating the facts. Studies have been done to confirm this. You would think, oh no, it's my online ratings and so forth. And no, it's your profile photo. That's your first handshake with somebody. So you knowing that, absorbing this information and utilizing it in the future means you need to be careful about how you present yourself, because people are going to judge you. It's just the world that we live in, and people receive most of their information online, including how they look for people that they want to do business with. So when people are from Canada and they're moving to Florida, Central Florida, Orlando, whatever the case may be, they want to hire a real estate agent that they found online that paints the picture for what they want when they move here, right? So what are you wearing? What's your background look like? What are you trying to sell the public? Maybe you got palm trees. Maybe you got a beach in the background. If you go to Hawaii, I find this so interesting. You would think, like, no matter where you go in the country, real estate professionals, their profile picture, they're going to be in a suit and all that stuff and try to look as professional as possible, very clean cut. In Hawaii, it's not the case, okay? In Hawaii, the way they advertise themselves, their profile pictures and where they put on the magazines and stuff, what do you think they're wearing? Flipping Hawaiian shirts. Yes, exactly. They're wearing leis, which a flower necklace. And what's in their background? Palm trees, beach, pool, all this stuff. Why? Because they're trying to sell something to somebody. And they're trying to paint the picture of what you could have if you purchased property in Hawaii. So you got to think about that. I've seen real estate agents that were very clever on how they presented themselves. One agent locally, I think they're in Windermere, their profile picture, this is their professional real estate agent profile picture, is them on with their shirt off on a surfboard. That's their professional, and they get business. One person does a gimmicky thing where they're wearing an Uncle Sam costume. Have you ever seen that, with the American flag costume, basically? And I want you, you know, that sort of thing. They're wearing that whole with a fake beard and everything, and they get leads off of this. So you got to be clever, find different ways to stand out from the pack. Anyhow, that's up to you. That's going to be your journey. Exactly. Start thinking about it right now is what I'm saying. And be clever. You know, I could probably give you a few ideas off the top of my head, but that should be your journey. And it might not fit your personality, what I give you. So you got to figure out something that fits your personality, because then you got to back it up. Anyhow, advertising, there are some requirements when advertising yourself. And listen, you can go crazy with advertising. Everything on this list I've done. Stationery, flyers, business cards, signs, billboards, newspapers, magazine, internet, television, radio. I've done it all. And you can do it all. But you have to figure out what works, what doesn't work, and where do people get their information, most of their information online. So maybe you focus your efforts there, up to you. Ryan will tell you one of his agents has a very successful campaign that is unconventional to how we think in today's world. His agent sends out 10 letters, physical mail to people. How boring is that, right? 10,000 letters every single month. And he absolutely crushes it from that form of lead generation. And it's the simplest thing you've ever seen. It's a handwritten note. Well, they use a machine that looks like handwriting. And it says, are you interested in selling your house? That's all. And they're selling out to absentee owners or people that have properties in Florida, but they live out of state. And that's it. And that works. He gets 60 listings a year off of that.
I know it's not handwritten, but
Yeah.
anytime I see anything that looks like it's handwritten, I read it.
Yeah.
I don't read type letters, but then anytime I get something and
Yes.
it looks like the person hand wrote it, and I open it up and it looks handwritten, I'll read it. So it does work.
It does
for
work.
me.
Now, to be fair, maybe it's a certain demographic, but also you got to think about that. What's your campaign look like? How are you going to get business for yourself? Start thinking about that right now. And you could be extremely clever. There are still things that have not been done and niches that you can create for yourself. But let's talk about the most important feature for your advertisements. I'm going to show you right here. All advertising must include the name of the what? Yep, that's the most important feature. This is probably what you're going to be tested on. You'll see it 5 different times over the next few paragraphs. They're going to repeat it that many times because it's so important, including when you're doing team advertising. Didn't Ryan tell you about teams?
Tell somebody let it.
Yeah, so what is a team? It's probably like a savvy or like seasoned sales associate that has a lot of leads coming in that they can't handle. So what they do is they create a team. They basically get their coworkers to join their team. And they're still operating under the same brokerage company. But what they do is they give the leads to the people that are in their team, and then they make a percentage off of those people that they give leads to. Yeah, essentially, because maybe they have a lead generation system that works for them, and it's giving them more than what they can handle themselves. Or they have certain strategies that will help you generate more leads on your own, something like that. And it's all about your leadership, right? So the team leader, every brokerage company now, they have teams within, and you can create your own team as well. I'm pretty sure if you join with Ryan, he'd encourage it. Couples form teams as well, married couples and so forth. Anyhow, what do you need to know about team advertising? What's the most important feature? Even though you create a team, you create a brand for your team and all this stuff, you still have to include the name of the what? Exactly. It says teams must perform license activities under the supervision of their employer, but we already know that. Go to the next page. This is common sense stuff. You have to comply with advertising requirements or policy that the broker imposes for all of their agents. For instance, for my agents, when I had agents, now I don't have any agents. It's just, it's too much. I mean, I'm on the education side, I'm on the investment side. I don't have enough capacity to operate a full-fledged brokerage company like Ryan. Ryan, that's what he does. And it's a completely separate business. It truly is. But when I had agents, my policy would be, if you're going to advertise, I encourage it, of course, but you need to bring the advertisement to me so I can see the proof and approve it, because I don't want our branding to be compromised. And I don't want people to just take the logo that I provide to them and, I don't know, slap it on something, make it pixelated, and degrade what we're trying to appear to for the public. Anyhow, teams must advertise in the name of the broker. Come on. We already know that. Second time we've seen it. On line 6, real estate team names may include team or group as part of the name, but you're prohibited, look, from using these terms to describe your team. Because if you use this terminology, you're giving the appearance to the public that you're the brokerage company, and you can't do that. And this is a little bit petty, but check this out. It's on right here. It's on lines 4 and 5. It says the team name and advertisements may be no larger than the name of the what? Just to add a little bit more assurance that you're not trying to become bigger than the actual brokerage company. But that's what happens with teams. You still have to include the name of the brokerage company. So the question I get is, what if I'm advertising myself on social media? You have to find somewhere to include the name of the brokerage company. I'll leave that up to you. Okay. Logo on your profile picture, Michael Cameron of Cameron Realty as the name of your public figure profile, something like that. Yeah. In the description of yourself, you know, they have this short bio thing. Anyhow, advertising key concepts. Once again, third time we've seen it. All advertisements must include the name of the what? If you use your personal name in the ad, which I assume you would, because why wouldn't you want to brand yourself? If you're spending the money on advertising, why wouldn't you put your name on it? You have to include your last name, your legal last name as registered with the Beeper. And you're allowed to use a nickname just as long as you use your legal last name. So if your real name is hard for most people to pronounce, or a nickname is what most people know you as, then you can utilize that, but you still have to include your legal last name on the ad. Any questions? Right. But be professional and be classy, because we all grew up with crazy nicknames and nicknames that just don't make any sense. I grew up with a friend, his nickname in his family was Booby. And that was not his name, okay? His name was not Booby. But they called him Booby. And I'm like, do you like that? And he's like, I don't care, whatever. But he's not going to put that on a business card, right? You think that's going to bring him more business? It'll be eye-catching for sure. There goes a Booby. No, I'm just kidding. The brokerage company's address and phone number are not required. Come on. Easy to remember. What if you fail to include the name of the brokerage company on your ads, even team advertising? Well, it's going to be a violation of real estate license law. Well, it's 61J2 prohibits this. It's called blind what? Yep. You'll see it right here. It says advertisements that fail to disclose the license name of the brokerage company are blind, because you don't know the company behind the advertisement. That's why it's blind. You can't see the company name. You excluded it from your ads. And now you're giving the appearance to the public that you are the brokerage, which is unacceptable because you're just in the capacity of an associate. All right, let's continue on. Let's go to the next page. Blind advertising is a type of what advertising? False, which we'll talk more about in Unit 6, but could result in a what degree misdemeanor? Second degree misdemeanor. Ouch. So when it comes to false advertising, it's easily avoided. Don't do it. It's as simple as that. Don't advertise information that's false or misleading. I'm pretty sure I don't need to explain that any further, right? Including on page 95, internet sites. Social media is included in that. Also including advertising yourself as a realtor. Remember, if you want to call yourself a realtor, you have to have a current membership. So what if you didn't pay your dues to renew your membership? Then you can't call yourself a what? Realtor. You can't put out those business cards that say realtor on it. Otherwise, it's false advertising. And also trademark infringement. Yes. Unfortunately. Now, here's what I want to share with you about this next subject. It says licensee selling property by owner. I do this all the time. So the question that I get is this acceptable? Are you allowed to list property that you own as well? Yes. List it through your brokerage company. And then you might follow up by asking, do I have to give my broker anything if I list property through the brokerage company? Well, if you're not paying yourself commission, then you don't have to split anything with the broker, right? But the brokerage company might charge you a transaction fee for every transaction that you do through the brokerage company. So have that conversation with them. But other than that, if there's no commission earned, you shouldn't have to split anything. So you can run your own deals through the brokerage company and potentially not have to pay anything. Ask your broker, whoever you hang your license with. But I do this all the time. You're obligated to disclose. If you're a buyer purchasing as a real estate licensee, you also have a real estate license, but you're also the buyer. You have to disclose, hey, by the way, I have my real estate license. If you're on the selling side, right? You're the listing agent, but you're also the owner. You have to inform them at first point of serious negotiations, hey, by the way, I'm a real estate agent. And they make it easy for you to disclose nowadays. Why? Because when you're putting that data into the MLS, when you're listing the property in the MLS, they ask you, are you related to the owner or are you the owner? And you check that box. And that provides proper disclosure to whoever's looking on that list. So any questions about this? I just summarized it, but I'm telling you, whether you're a buyer or a seller, if you also have a real estate license, you must disclose. I leverage my license all the time to get better deals. All the time. So if I know that a property listed, the seller is willing to pay commissions, give some concessions, 3%. What I'll do is, if I'm the buyer and I'm representing myself, I'll say, go ahead and take 3% off the sale price immediately, or give me 3% credit towards closing costs. Because you're going to pay 3% commission anyway. Why not use it for another part of the transaction and get a better deal? Anyhow, little nugget for you guys. So you can read, this is more so for personal reasons if you want to read through it later on tonight. But let's talk about telephone solicitation, telemarketing, randomly bothering strangers for the purpose of selling goods and services. There's always at least one of us in here who's sold over the phone. Yes, 2, 3 of us. What'd you sell? Okay, so you were, got you, trying to peddle your mortgages over the phone. What'd you sell? Okay, that's it? Nothing else? Never did telemarketing in the past? Okay. Flower sales? Okay. No, I saw this, it just triggered something. I watched this video where a radio station called into the spouse that was assumed that they were cheating. And they called as a flower company. Did you hear this? They say, hey, listen, we're from a flower company. We're trying to get more business. And we want to know who you want to send flowers to free of charge. And then see if they send flowers to their lover or whatever the case may be. And they get caught up, and it's interesting. What did you sell over the phone? Backpacks. Oh, wow. Okay. So I'm pretty sure you got all kinds of wonderful stories, you know, calling people, soliciting them over the phone. I'm sure they love receiving those phone calls. But it's a numbers game, right? And the good news is that's going to make you a stronger salesperson, because the more no's you can take until you get to the yes, the better you position yourself to win, because it's what it is. That's sales. It's all numbers. Anyhow, there's regulation when you sell people over the phone. Did you know? There's federal laws. Bingo. It's contained within the Telephone Consumer Protection Act. And we have a national do not call registry. It's free to put your number on this list. You can register online. Very simple. Just Google it. And they allow 2 numbers per account. And they still call you, right? But the good news is, if you catch these violators, because they're prohibited from calling you, you can report them to the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission. And they could get fined per illegal call. You'll see that here. Fined for each illegal call. They can only call you during a certain time period, and they have to be aware of time zones, whatever time zone you're in. But don't worry, it's only between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. Basically, the whole flipping day they can call you. Come on. Just as long as you're not on the do not call list. Exactly. But you still receive those phone calls. And let's face it, most people that their numbers are on the list will probably not report these violators because it's just a waste of their time. And they're not going to pursue it legally because if you try to, it's a federal case. This is a federal law. So they're breaking federal law. You have to prosecute them on a federal level. Who's going to do that over a phone call or a text message? So most people just ignore it or block it or whatever the case may be. That's why here in Florida, we created our own list under state law to make it easier to enforce. It's a separate list. And you can put your number on this list. It's free as well. You have to do it through the Department of Agriculture. Weird place to, go to put your number on the statewide no sales solicitation list. You'll see it here on the next page, state regulation, no sales solicitation list. And you do this through the Department of Agriculture. You see that?
Since I started doing the real estate stuff, I'm a lot nicer to the people that call me.
Oh, yeah. Salespeople are the easiest people to sell. It's true. I can admit that. Now, the thing about the state regulation, the state list, it covers a lot of what you see in the federal law. But the major difference right here is that in Florida, we have an exemption for real estate licensees who solicit listings in response to for sale by owner yard signs. So have you ever seen for sale by owner signs in people's front yards? As long as their number is not on the national do not call list, you can call them and try to solicit them. If their number is on the national do not call list, you can still call them, but you have to have a serious buyer. That's the only reason why you're calling them, not to try to solicit them to get their business and give them more marketing advantage by listing the property with you and your brokerage company rather than doing it on their own. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. You'll see right here, federal law provides the following exceptions to the rule. So you can call for sale by owner sellers, but only if you have an actual serious buyer interested in the property. To call them for scheduling a tour and also find out if they're willing to provide some compensation if you bring a buyer to the table. That's a good conversation to have. All right, next. If you can prove you have a relationship with somebody in the past how many months? 18 months. Yes, that's the next one. But let's talk about the second bullet point. If you can prove you have a business relationship with somebody, so earlier, Melissa, you talked about your inflatable business for a party, for events, and you have clients you've done business with, and you've done business with them in the past 18 months, you can solicit them for real estate services. Call them up and say, hey, by the way, I just got my real estate license. Now, Ryan probably can advise you on a better approach to that rather than just this hard sale, make it a soft approach, but still, you're not in violation because you can prove this. And the open houses that you just mentioned as well, you collect that information on the contact list. You can solicit them for up to how many months? 3 months from collecting that data. Any questions? Okay. Just a summary of what we talked about. Telephone solicitation, the difference between Florida and federal law. You want to highlight that, just makes it easier for you guys to read through. And here's the basic major difference. It's the last, right? For sale by owner exception. Let's move on. Go to page 97. Do I have to waste time talking about emails? Okay. When you email blast people, they have to opt in. You can't just solicit people you got a list from randomly that you found online. Okay. You have to prove they've opted in to receive those emails, solicitations, and you have to give them an opt out, like an unsubscribe button, and you have to take them off the list within how many business days? Yeah. And you can read through this as well. It's called the CAN-SPAM Act. Do you know what a can of spam is? If you have humble beginnings like myself, then you know what a can of spam is. used to be the cheapest thing in the grocery store, and it used to be, like could provide a meal for you. But they shrunk the cans and they made it more expensive. And it's not great for you, by the way. I don't know if you know what a can of Spam is. Anybody hear of a can of Spam? Okay. Yeah, basically it's the mashed up, ground up, seasoned leftover parts of animals. That's what it is. It's like, yeah, so it's like hot dog meat, but in a can. And if you know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know. In Hawaii, which is interesting, Hawaii, they have whole restaurant concepts dedicated towards Spam. Did you know this? Spam and eggs is a big thing over there. Big thing. It's like on every single breakfast item menu. It's the truth. Not being facetious. All right, let's move on. The most important part of this unit that I really wanted to get to is what we see here in front of us. This is what I was trying to get to. Escrow trust accounts. We're going to discuss the money that the buyer gives you, the real estate agent, to hold in trust, to account for. Do you remember accounting for all funds we talked about yesterday and earlier when we reviewed one of your duties? What's the only money you can possibly see and be responsible for throughout the duration of the transaction? Yeah, the earnest money deposit, the deposit, escrowed funds. There's a reason why they call it escrowed funds. It's because the money is held in trust and placed into an escrow account. You need to know what an escrow account is. We're going to discuss it right now. So just as a review, typically when a buyer makes an offer on real property, the buyer includes with the offer a what? To show what? That they're what? Serious about moving forward, buying the property. It's a placeholder. The deposit, just so you know, I'm going to review this. Most of us know already, is a sum of money or its equivalent delivered to a real estate licensee as earnest money. Why might be called the EMD, earnest money deposit, or payment or partial payment in connection with a real estate what? Yeah, and just so you're not confused with other names they use, they might call it good faith deposit or even binder deposit or even trust money, trust funds. And the reason why is because they're giving the money to you in trust. And you should put that money in a trust account, also known as a what type of account? Escrow account. Do you know what an escrow account is? You're on the right track. You're on the right track. I know what you're referring to for property taxes and insurance. That's also known as an impound account. Little bit, it is an escrow account, but different from what we're going to describe here. You're on the right track because it is something we'll discuss later on. So it's a business account that you set up specifically used to hold on to other people's money. That's it. And what money are you holding on to in this escrow account? The deposits you're getting from buyers that want to move forward with purchasing a particular property, that they're under contract to purchase a property. And it's going to be held until the closing date. And then on the closing date, that money is going to be dispersed. And the buyer gets credit for that money, it's like a down payment, right? Towards the purchase price. And if they don't move forward, then they could potentially lose that deposit. Does that make sense? But the question you might have is, who's holding on to this money? Who's setting up the escrow account? What you're going to learn in this unit and what they're going to fixate on is that the broker is holding on to the money. The broker is setting up the escrow account. But I can break the news to you right now. Most brokers don't want the responsibility or the liability to hold on to other people's money. Why would I want to hold on to other people's money if I don't have to? So what's the alternative? Who else is going to set up the escrow account? A Florida-based title company, because in Florida we have either title companies or you could use a what? Lawyer to coordinate the closing of the real estate transaction and to have the escrow account to hold on to the buyer's money so you don't have to touch it, because money equals liability. And if the state of Florida says you're not required to open up an escrow account as a broker, then why would you? Why would you take on unnecessary liability is what I'm saying. I don't have an escrow account for sale transactions, but I do have an escrow account for property management. There's really no way around that. Because as a property management company, what am I collecting from tenants when they sign the lease? Last month's rent, that's called advanced rent, and the security deposit. And that I'm holding on to that money throughout the duration of the lease, typically a 1-year lease term, right? So I'm holding on to that money for a longer time period, and I have to have an escrow account to hold on to those funds. Does that make sense? Question? Okay. We'll talk more about that. So escrow account, hold on to third-party money, hence the term trust funds. We talked about this. Any questions so far? So as I mentioned, what you're going to assume when you're tested on your state exam is that who's setting up the escrow account holding on to this money? Broker. That's what we're going to assume, unless they tell you otherwise, like a title company or an attorney is setting up the escrow account. Because we're going to be tested on the rules pertaining to the broker holding on to that money. Does that make sense? Okay, so please, I need you guys to focus here. This is an important part of this unit. Now, brokers are not required to open up the escrow account. I already mentioned that to you. But if they do, all they need is one escrow account, and they can hold on to deposits they're receiving from buyers for sale transactions, and they can hold on to deposits they're receiving from tenants if they provide property management services in one account. One escrow account is all that's required by the state. You'll see that here. Brokers are not required to keep earnest money deposits separate from rental deposits. Do you see that? So we're clear. Class exam question. Acceptable depositories for the broker to set up the escrow account. Florida Commercial Bank, Credit Union, or Savings Association. Florida law does not require brokers open an escrow account. I mean, I already mentioned that to you. So to confirm what I mentioned to you, brokers who don't want the responsibility nor the liability of holding on to the money will choose a Florida-based what? Or look on line 23, a Florida what? Attorney. Bingo. Let them deal with the liability. Let them set up the escrow account and all the additional regulation that comes along with it. Separate. Unless you're providing property management as a broker, then you kind of have to. Now, as an associate, this is where I need to get your attention again. As an associate, when you collect this money, let's say from a buyer, as a deposit for purchase of real property, what must you do with this money? Immediately turn it over to your what? Broker, okay? This is what you're going to be tested on. But you need to know what immediately is defined as for exam purposes. What time frame? You'll see it here. Class exam question 6. No later, look on line 27 at the end, no later than by the end of the what? Yes. Do weekends or holidays count as business days? No. So holidays, skip them. Weekends, skip them. And if the broker is not physically in the office, your obligation is to still turn it over to the office, even to a office what? Receptionist. Thank you for sharing that. And if you recall anything else, don't be afraid to shout it out. Anyhow, if the broker has a unlicensed personal assistant, receptionist, secretary, you can turn it over to them and that would be acceptable. But what's your time period? Once again, by the end of the next business day. So let me test you, just like you're going to be tested. Question 6. You collect a deposit from a buyer on Friday. Monday is Martin Luther King Day. When do you have to turn the money over to your broker? By the end of business on Tuesday. If the office closes at 5 p.m., that means you better get the deposit into the office before what? 5 p.m. This is the rule. That's how you might be tested. But that's for the associate, which you are soon to be. What about the broker? The broker has to immediately place the money into the what? Escrow account. But what's the time period for the broker to immediately do so? Look on line 34. No later than by the end of the what? Yes, after the associate collects the money from the buyer. Let me give you an example of this. First of all, let me unpack what they're describing here. If I can get your attention real quick. It says no later than by the end of the 3rd business day after the associate got the money from the buyer or the tenant. So that means the day that the associate collected the money from the buyer or tenant, that day does not count for the broker. The 3 days they're talking about start on the next business day. So this is how you're going to be tested. A real estate sales associate collects a deposit from a buyer on Tuesday. They turn the deposit over to the broker the same afternoon. Thursday's a holiday. The question is, when does the broker have to put the money in the escrow account? So the day it was collected was when? Tuesday. Does that day count for the broker? The 3 days start on the following. So what's the following? Wednesday. I said Thursday's a holiday. Skip it. So what's the next? Friday. Weekend. Skip it. By the end of business on Monday. 1, 2, 3. Any questions here? That's how you're going to be tested. That's the worst it can get. You'll see for your homework tonight, they're going to test you on the same information. But I want to move on to the bottom of page 100. The bottom of page 100. We see personal checks, post-dated checks, and insufficient funds. What if the buyer made a mistake and wrote the deposit money out to you, the sales associate, instead of the name of the escrow account, whatever name they use to set up the escrow account, like the brokerage company's name? What are you supposed to do in that circumstance? They obviously made a mistake, right? What are you supposed to do? Cash a check, shopping spree, vacation to Hawaii? No, all illegal. The best course of action, look, I'm highlighting it. Best course of action is to ask them to rewrite a whole nother what? Check. Made payable to the broker's escrow account. Simple. However, what if it's not practical to do so? They wrote the check and left town and you can't track them down. What you can do, the alternative, it says the associate should immediately endorse. What does it mean to endorse the check? Sign the back, include the words for deposit only, and write out the correct name of the escrow account where those funds should have been deposited towards, right? And that would suffice based on what it says in the textbook. But I'll tell you, in real life, has anybody worked for a bank before in the past? I don't know of any bank that would accept this alternative unless the broker made their associates within the brokerage office a signatory on the account, which means they're giving their associates access to the account. What broker is going to take on the liability of giving all their associates access to the escrow account? Yeah, so it just doesn't make sense. But regardless, now you know, on page 101, right? 101. What is a post-dated check? A check that's not good until a future date. Post date, after date, right? In Florida, we don't care, okay? You could write a later date, but it doesn't stop somebody from depositing immediately. Yeah. But are these acceptable in our business for a real estate transaction? Hey, here's the deposit for that property that I submitted the offer on, the one that you accepted. But can you wait to the end of the week before you deposit that money? Is like, wait a second, that's a huge red flag, right? You're thinking, okay, this is just the initial deposit, but you're buying a $500,000 house. Are you ready to purchase? Right? That's a question. It's not up to me to decide whether or not that's acceptable. I'm asking you, is this acceptable in our business? The answer is yes, even though you would think to the contrary. But who must give approval before accepting that post-dated check? You would think, but it's not. The deposit is for whose home? The seller must give approval before accepting a post-dated check. That's what you're going to be tested on. And once you receive that money, if the seller gives approval, then you just hold on to the money in a safe place, like a drawer with a lock on it, until the date on the check becomes what? Current, and then immediately put the money to the broker's escrow account? What's immediately for the broker to put in the escrow account? End of the third business day for the broker, not the associate. So the broker already did their job. They turned over the deposit, but it's a post-dated check. The seller says, okay, we'll wait because you're bringing money from another country, whatever the case may be. We'll give you the time for that. But then when the date on the check becomes current, the broker has by the end of the third business day to put the money in the escrow account. So if it becomes current on Monday, they got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday to put in the escrow account. Anyhow, let's move on. The broker is not going to be liable if they follow these rules and these time frames. But if they don't, they could be responsible for that money. Yikes. What does it mean to make somebody a signatory on the account? That means giving them access. Check this out on line 18. The escrow account that the broker sets up could be interest bearing or what? Yeah. Interest bearing means the money sitting in the account could possibly gain what? Interest. But in the world of banking, is it going to gain much interest? Let's be honest, fractions of a cent. And how long are you even holding on to that deposit from the day it was collected to the closing date? 30, 45 days? You think it's that $1,000 deposit is going to gain much interest in 30, 45 days? Hell to the no. So it's not even worth it putting it in an interest-bearing escrow account or making an interest-bearing escrow account, because now there's more regulation if you try to gain interest off of other people's money. So why deal with that if you're barely going to make, fraction of a dollar? If you put the money in a non-interest bearing account, it means the money's just going to sit in there. It's not going to gain any interest. Okay. But I could see why a broker would opt in for an interest bearing account, because is it free to open up a bank account? Technically, it's not, because you have to have a minimum balance, right? You have to put at least a certain amount of money to set up the account. And then what about maintenance of the account? Check printing fees, overall maintenance, especially for business accounts. Banks love to charge you these fees. Actually, Bank of America got in trouble for this as well. Anyhow, or that was overdraft fees and general maintenance fees. Anyhow, so the little bit of interest you make could offset the expense of maintenance and having the escrow account, but it's not much. Anyhow, you had a question. Yes. As a property manager, yes, because you're holding on to the money for a longer time frame. Very good assumption. I'm glad you read between the lines. Now, if the broker sets up an interest-bearing escrow account, first of all, they have to get written what? From all parties to do so. And they have to determine who gets the interest earned. Written authorization must specify who's entitled to the interest earned. And if you don't get all of this permission from all of the parties, then you could be disciplined by FREC. We know who FREC is, Police for Florida Real Estate License Law. Let me just mention a couple more things to you, then we'll take a break. Sound good? All right. This is what we talked about. Is it free to open up a bank account? No. So the broker has to use some personal money or business funds to set up the account and maintain it. But there's a limit, no more than how much? Up to $1,000 of personal or business operating money to set up the escrow account. That's for sale transactions, guys. Look, it says sale transactions. But for property management, look right here. Property management can use up to how much? $5,000. Okay. Does a broker have to create a separate escrow account for sale transactions and property management? No, they can use the same escrow account for both. Deposit money from tenants, deposit money from buyers. Same escrow account. But still, the maximum is no more than how much? $5,000. Look, it says Florida law does not require separate escrow accounts for sale transactions or property management, but the maximum is no more than $5,000. Okay? Why deal with all of this? Why? Why go through this as a real estate broker if you don't have to? You eliminate it completely. by allowing the title company to provide the service they would normally provide. Let them hold on to the money and deal with all these regulations and, come on, limitations. How long must you retain records for? Next page, line 1. Any questions? On line 9. So we're on page 102, line 9. If you accidentally or on purpose spent some of that deposit money, which is not your money, right? It's third-party money. It's the buyers. It's the tenant's money. It's illegal, naturally. And it's called what? Starts with a C. Called conversion. You'll see it right here. Misappropriation of another person's money could expose you to charges of conversion. Unauthorized use of somebody's money. Look, that's what conversion is. We'll talk about the penalties, the violations that accompany what we're describing in Unit 6. Any questions here? How much is a broker allowed to use to set up and maintain a sale transaction escrow account? $1,000. For property management, no more than what? $5,000. What if they go over that amount? On accident or on purpose? That's illegal. And that's called commingling. That's easy to remember because to commingle means to mix. You're mixing the deposit money with your personal money or the brokerage company's money. Unacceptable, prohibited. It's illegal. It could result in a lot of different violations. If you mixed the money, that's commingling. If you spent the money because you're not keeping track of it, obviously, if you go over the maximum and you spent some of the deposit money, somebody else's money, that's conversion. Also, you could be charged with culpable negligence, failure to account for and deliver as well. A slew of charges. This is what happened with Celebration Title. I don't know if you've heard of Celebration Title. Celebration Title got in big trouble. They're spending people's deposit money to grow their business on marketing and all kinds of stuff, throw parties. They got caught. Go to page 103. I told you this, failure to account for and deliver. All right, when we come back from our break, be back at 7:20. We'll talk about title company and attorney escrow account specifically. Stretch out, grab a snack, do what you got to do. See you.
Hi, my name is Crystal Rivera, and I'm a realtor with Live Realty at Nona. I decided to be a real estate agent for my love of helping others, thinking about helping them with their first home, with their first apartment, with their first investment property. Flipping homes is what started me in the business. My husband is into flipping homes, so I went from nursing, which I'm still currently doing, but now going into real estate. Decided to use Cameron Academy because of my nursing schedule and how their schedule works well with my schedule. Did not expect to be prepared as I was. Michael was amazing. He prepared me in 2 weeks to take the test, literally 5 days after I completed the class. And 3 days after that, I was already signed with Live Realty. And here we are 5 weeks later, and I have my first listing. So definitely prepared me well for the real estate industry and just all that's to come. I'm excited, and I wish everybody luck.
Hey, my name's Jonathan Gibson. I am from Orlando, Florida. I had started my career in real estate based on wanting to... I started out my journey in real estate with Cameron Academy because I read a lot of online reviews, and there were exceptional reviews about Cameron. When I got here, I wasn't disappointed at all. I realized Michael was the best teacher, and he helped me learn everything I needed to know about real estate. And he's a very good instructor. He's thorough. He tells everything. He's one of the better professors. He's good at explaining stuff, helping you get through this and making it easy for everything. And I wanted to do real estate because I read some books and I bought homes, and I wanted to start renting out my property. And I know we had, based on my research online from Google and everything, I knew I had to do a school for Florida and do the 63-hour course. And I looked it up, came to Camera Academy. It's been the best thing ever. He's helped us with connections. He's brought in different realtors and brokers, plus find work after the academy. So if you're wanting to learn anything about real estate, I would definitely recommend Camera Academy.
Hi, my name is Tamara Fletcher, and I have experience in education. I've worked in education for over 17 years, but I always wanted to get into real estate. I wanted to get into real estate because I love a couple of things. I love people, I love making money, and I love being able to sell homes, or at least the potential of selling homes. I love real estate. That's what brought me to Cameron Academy. Cameron Academy has done so much for me. I have learned so much from Michael. The information that I've gained here has made me feel so prepared for the state exam as well as the exam at the end of the course. I can't go on enough about how enthusiastic Michael was during the whole process of learning, and how that really made a difference in the way that I learn. Being able to be here in person and take the in-person classes is what has really made it all the difference in the world. Michael is a great instructor. I saw great reviews about him and his instruction here at Cameron Academy, and I am really happy to say that all of those positive reviews are true, 1,000%. It's made a world of difference for me, and if I could do it again, I would.
My name is Gabriel Minyarji. I've been in the restaurant industry for the past 25 years, now getting the residential investment opportunity. I found Cameron Academy to be very helpful in my new endeavor. Michael Cameron has been very, very helpful, knowledgeable, provided very new and efficient information to help me endeavor my career. I'm very, very pleased and satisfied that I found Cameron Academy and the knowledge that I gained from them, and for all my future endeavors. I highly, highly, highly recommend them. I definitely give them a 5-star plus.
My name is Dennis Duen. I came to the Cameron Academy. My mentor, he also he told me go directly to Cameron Academy. They are very, very good, and that's how he got his license. And he advised me to go to that school. And when I came, so far, it was the best decision that I made. The instructor Michael was very, very good. He's very good, and it would benefit me. Very knowledgeable. I want to say thank you to him. And I think I will pass because of him. I will pass both school exam and the state exam. So it was the best decision that I made. Michael was very good, and I want to say thank you to him. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samuel Ramirez. I'm an electrician. I got into real estate to get into my own deals and to see if I can sell some real estate for commission on the sides. Cameron Academy taught me a lot of things. It taught me different things that I didn't know about real estate. It cleared up some misconceptions that I had. Michael was a great teacher. He taught me a lot about real estate that I didn't know, and it just opened my eyes a lot more and made me just very motivated to get into this. And I think anyone should go to Cameron Academy.
Mi nombre es Rolly Peralta y acabo de terminar las clases aquí en la Academia Cameron con el profesor Michael. He aprendido mucho y estoy muy agradecido con Michael por todo lo que me ha enseñado. Yo quiero ser un real estate agent para seguir invirtiendo en el futuro y también ayudar a algunas familias a adquirir sus sueños. Estoy muy agradecido con Michael y invito a todas las personas a venir a esta academia.
大家好，我叫 Rudy， 我很开心能够跟 Michael 上学，因为他在real estate 这方面学到了给我很多知识，我也很开心能够选到他，因为不是每个人都可以教你 他能够教你的东西，他有很多的实力，有很多的经验，而且很风趣，所以对于我来讲是一件非常幸运的事情。那我个人想做房地产投资，所以我必须要有最专业的知识去帮助我自己。很幸运的能够选到 Michael， 所以我希望大家以后能够给他一个机会去跟他做投资，不会让你丢钱，这个很重要。所以祝你们好运，希望能以后见到你们，谢谢，拜拜。
Oh. Okay. Page 103. Line 19. Title company, attorney, escrow accounts. So we know that the assumption is that the broker is going to hold on to the money, but we do have this option of a Florida-based title company or Florida-based attorney. And we're going to learn some regulation that they have to comply with. You'll actually see it right here on line 29. When a deposit is placed with a title company or an attorney, the following procedure must be followed. It says the real estate licensee who prepared or presented the sale contract must indicate on the purchase and sale agreement the title company's name, address, and what? And phone number. Anything else is additional. But I can share with you, if you look at a standard sale contract, the one that we typically use in our business, it's on the first page. You can't miss it. So you'll see on the first page, the purchase price, essentially the offer, the amount you're willing to pay for the property, the deposit, when you're going to provide that deposit after acceptance of your offer, and then who's holding on to the deposit. They describe it on the sale contract as the escrow agent. Who's the escrow agent? Who's holding on to the escrowed money? Is it a Florida-based title company or an attorney, or is it the broker? It's going to be identified on the first page of a sale contract if you're using a standard FAR bar contract. So you can't miss it. Very simple procedure to follow, but check this out. No later than 10 business days after that deposit is due, you must request written verification that the title company or attorney received the deposit. And it says within 10 days after that request has been made. Look at what it says here at the end of line 40. It says, must provide a copy of that written verification to the seller. So essentially, you're going to the title company and saying, hey, title company, I need to get verification that my buyer did what they said they were going to do. They turned over the deposit to you. Can you send me a PDF that verifies how much you received, when you received it, and so forth? And that needs to be done within 10 days, right? And within 10 days of that request being provided to the title company, you have to provide a copy of that verification to the seller's side of the transaction, the listing agent, to let them know that your buyer is in compliance. Hey, look here, they did what they said they were going to do. They turned the deposit over to the title company. So we're still on track to move forward with purchasing this property. It's a show of good faith is what it is. I feel weird mentioning this to you, like something that you have to know for exam purposes, because in real life, you don't have to deal with any of this. In real life, the title company has to deal with these time frames, but it just so happens that you might be tested on it. So just in case, let's move on. Let's go to actually page 105. Page 105. Notice and settlement procedures. Transactions fail all the time for so many different reasons. The inspection of the property didn't go right. They saw something that they didn't like in the report. The appraisal, it didn't appraise for what you offered for the property and the seller is not willing to come down. So many different things. These are called contingencies. So there's contingencies, there's stipulations that say, if this, then that happens. And sometimes it gives the buyer the authority to back out of the deal and get their what back? No questions asked. Their deposit. But what if it's not the case? And the seller feels like they're entitled to keeping that money because the buyer wasted their time. This happens all the time in our business. But we call this, when the buyer and seller are fighting over the deposit, we call it conflicting what? Demands. Highlight this. Line 39 to the bottom. Conflicting demands. Once again, it's when the transaction fails and the buyer and the seller are fighting over the deposit money. They call it the escrowed money or escrowed property, because personal property is money, right? Or money is personal property. It's what we see here on this next page. But I'm going to share with you, it just leads us on to the next page. You have to be familiar with this time period is what you're going to be tested on. So if conflicting demands begins, that means the buyer and the seller are fighting over that deposit because the transaction failed. What must you do as a broker holding on to this deposit money, because we're assuming the broker has the money in the escrow account? It says the broker must notify who? Breck, in writing within how many business days? 15 business days. Yes, awesome. And to further that point, within how many business days? 30 business days, the broker must start one of the 4 settlement or escape procedures. They're called settlement procedures because you're trying to settle the matter, figure out who is entitled to getting that deposit money. Is it the seller? Because like they wasted their time dealing with this buyer, or is the buyer entitled to getting their money back? So that's what this process is all about, the protest procedures. But let me inform you as to how you're going to be tested on this time period. I'll give you a visual of this. Let's say conflicting demands starts at this line right here. So we can write that down. Conflicting demands starts right here at this line. Within the first 15 days, you must notify who? Notify FREC. And simultaneously, within 30 days, what must you do? Exactly. The escape or settlement procedures. So what does that mean? How are you going to be tested on these time periods? All right, look up here and I'll easily explain it to you. I'll make it simple for you to understand. Essentially, both have to be done within 30 days. You see that? But within the first 15 of that 30, you have to notify who? FREC. So that means this. Quick attention. Okay? The longer you wait within the first 15 days to notify FREC, the less time you have to start the escape procedures. I'll show you. So within the first 15 days, yes, you have to notify FREC, but let's say you notify FREC, I'll make this up, let's say in 3 days. How many days do you have left, look up here, to start the escape procedures? You got 27. So it's basic subtraction is how you're going to be tested for class exam question 83, and you're probably going to see this on your state exam as well. Okay, God bless you. You have up to 15, but let's say you notify FREC in 9 days. How many days do you have left to start the escape procedures? 21. All right, last example. Let's say you notify FREC in 14. How many days do you have left to start the escape procedures? You got 16 days left to start the escape procedures. All right, so you're probably wondering, okay, Michael, for God's sakes, what are the escape procedures? What methods are used to settle the matter? There's 4 that we're going to discuss. It just so happens you're going to be tested on one of them for class exam question here. Lock it in. Give me a second. I want to fire this electrician so bad, but I need them to finish their job. So while they're there at the property, which they're rarely at the property, I need them to finish things. Install the stove outlet. Anyhow, nothing you care about. Let's move on to the next page and we'll see those 4 escape or settlement procedures that you should be familiar with. You're going to be tested on it. It forms the acronym what to help you remember? MALE. Got to love these acronyms. So the first one is what? Not meditation. Let me meditate on it and figure out who should get the deposit. No, mediation. Do you know there's professional mediators that exist? And they provide the service of coming into a dispute between 2 parties and mediating. Make sense? And they charge for this service. And that's what we're describing here. Buyer and seller choose a professional mediator. We call it a trusted third party. Write that down. Third party decides, but their decision, which is the reason why we don't like this, is non-legally what? Binding. So that means that you pay this mediator and they decide who should get the deposit, but you don't have to agree with him. So why go through this, right? Most sale contracts, if you use a standard sale contract in the state of Florida, which is good news, it says you have to utilize the next one, which is the one that we like the most, arbitration, which means once again, the buyer and the seller choose a trusted what? A professional arbitrator, like Judge Judy or Judge Joe Brown. Those are arbitrators, by the way. And they make a legally what? Binding decision. So that's why we like it the most. It's immediate resolution. You don't have to go through any other steps. Whatever they say goes. Both parties agree to their decision. Of course, you want to avoid what? Litigation, because of the expense, the time, and who decides now? Judge, based on the facts of the case, and their decision is going to be legally what? Binding, of course. And then the last has an interesting name. It's called escrow disbursement order. Let me explain what this is. You're actually asking, write this down, for FREC's advice as to who should get the deposit based on conflicting demands. Something interesting, if you ask FREC for their advice, do they have to provide advice to you? The answer is no, they don't have to give advice. If they give advice, do you have to take it? Non-legally binding. So no, you don't have to take their advice. However, if FREC gives you advice as to who they think should get the deposit, and you take their advice, is FREC responsible for that advice? Do they take on liability for that? The answer would surprise you. It's actually yes. That means if you took this advice, but it was bad advice, it turns out that the other party was actually entitled to getting that money. And you get sued, for instance, does FREC reimburse you for the bad advice that they provided? The answer would surprise you again. It's actually yes. And that's why FREC just chooses not to give advice, right? They want to avoid this completely, any liability. So what's going to help you remember this for exam purposes? Because the name is not simple. I get that. We call it EDO for short, EDO, but it makes even more sense if you read it backwards. Look up here. You're getting an order from who? FREC to disperse the what? The deposit, which is the escrowed money, the escrowed funds. Make sense? Any questions here? Okay, if you go back to the previous page, that class exam question, it talks about, we already discussed this, but I want you to see something in the last sentence. It's right here. It says, if you ask FREC for their advice, but look on line 44, it says you subsequently settle the matter. You don't need FREC's advice anymore. Do you have to let FREC know that, hey, we're good, we figured it out? The answer is yes. Within how many business days? 10 business days. Any questions about that? All right. Now, let's go to page 107 again. On line 5, we see exceptions to notice and settlement procedures. So in other words, they're saying, because there's always an exception to the rule, right? They're saying, when do you not have to notify FREC or go through the escape procedures when you have this transaction that fails? It's essentially when the buyer is entitled to getting their money back, no questions asked. There's 3 reasons where the buyer is going to get their money back, and the seller can't try to say, hey, listen, I'm entitled to that money. And then you end up with conflicting demands and go through the escape, all that stuff. How do you avoid it? Well, let's go through each one of these 3. It says, brokers who are entrusted with an earnest money deposit concerning residential sale contract used by HUD in a sale of HUD-owned property are required to comply with earnest money deposit requirements for a specific HUD contract. So let me explain something about this. Have you ever heard of a HUD sale? Okay, it's HUD-owned property. You know who HUD is, right? Department of Housing and Urban Development. And what's the philosophy of HUD? Yes, they want everybody to become a homeowner because they stimulate the economy. They feed back into the economy. But in order to accomplish that, to further that agenda, they offer programs that make it easier for you to qualify for a home, and even first-time home buyer down payment assistance. Have you heard of this? Like Hometown Heroes and all of that stuff? But to be a part of that program with all of these wonderful incentives, there's requirements that you have to conform to. So what if you don't comply with those requirements? For instance, if they give you, I think it's like up to $10,000 down payment assistance to purchase that primary residence. They say, if we give you this money, the government's saying this, you have to live in that property as your primary residence for at least the next 5 years. So what happens if they find out you turn it into a rental the next year? They're going to ask for that money what? Back. What if you don't have the money? They'll foreclose. They'll foreclose. So these, they would usually have these auctions in person, like in a ballroom of a hotel or something like this. They would rent out the ballroom and so forth. They were in-person auctions. At least that's what I remember when I first got started into this business. But now everything's where? Yeah, you bid online. I mentioned the website to you. It's called HUDhomestore.gov. You can find HUD-owned properties anyhow. And they're all over the nation, even Hawaii. So as a bidder, you have to give $1,000 deposit and for the property you're bidding on. If you're the highest bidder, they keep your what? Deposit, and you have to come up with the remaining balance. If you don't win, what do they give you back? No questions asked. Your deposit. Okay. So that's one reason where you might get your deposit back, no questions asked. You're not the highest bidder in one of those HUD auctions. The next is your right to cancel, the buyer's intent to cancel the sale contract. We'll talk about those time periods in Unit 8, which is tomorrow. But if you cancel within that acceptable time period, then you can get your deposit back. You don't have to move forward. No questions asked. Seller can't try to claim it. And the last reason is for financing. It's called a financing contingency, or they call it the financing clause. If purchasing that property is contingent on you getting a loan, then that means if you made effort to try to get financing, but you don't qualify or you get denied and nobody's willing to give you financing, then you have the right to cancel the deal and get your money back. I'm not saying it's right, but this is why before your offer is accepted, what do you need to bring to the table if you're going to get a loan to purchase? You need that pre-approval letter. So we already know that you went through that preliminary action of getting pre-qualified. They're going through a little bit of underwriting, right? And making sure you have enough income to satisfy the debt of buying a new house. Any questions on this? Go to page 108. I'm just going to simplify this.
Okay.
Yes, question.
Yeah, I had a question about the HUD in particular. When you were saying that they have to live in the home for 5 years before they can do something as far as turning it into a rental, is the HUD supplying that down payment the same thing as the FHA loan, or are those two completely different concepts?
They're separate. They're different.
They're
FHA is a home loan program. So for FHA, they used to have the guideline that says you have to have it as a primary residence for at least 1 year before you can turn it into a rental. But that changes when you get down payment assistance, which is a separate program. It's still through HUD, but it is a separate program. You can
And then
marry
that turns
those
it into
two
the 5
programs
years.
together. Exactly. But I think now even for FHA, if I'm not mistaken, they lowered that restriction to 6 months. So
Oh,
you can get
wow.
an FHA loan and have it for 6 months, and then you can turn it into a rental. But don't quote me on that because guidelines change all the time.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Now, the beautiful thing, and I really discuss this in a later unit when we get into the nitty gritty with FHA loans and understanding the nuance of all of those programs. But it is a really great program, but it is a double-edged sword when you're submitting offers because your offer doesn't look as strong if you're getting FHA financing to purchase the property. And I'll explain why in a later unit. Now, the question is, good question, by the way. Money paid in advance for performing real estate service. Could you charge upfront before you complete the real estate service? The answer says it is possible. Sometimes. It's not common, but it is possible. But for timeshare, it's prohibited. Timeshare, under the Florida Vacation Plan and Timesharing Act, you're not allowed to charge upfront for listing a timeshare unit. That's what they say. Any questions on that? Not for timeshare, you're not allowed to do it. But for other types, no. If that's how your deal is structured or that's how your employment agreement is structured, working with a seller or a buyer, they're employing you to help them with whatever service. Yeah, you can say, hey, listen, I'm going to charge you to market your property. Put it on the MLS because you have this for sale by owner sign, and I think you should get more exposure. So give me a flat fee, $300, and I'll put the data into the MLS, and I'll make sure all the phone calls go to you. So I'm just a marketing tool for you, and that's possible. Good question. Brokers commission, and then we see sales associates commission within that. All right. We know as a sales associate, even broker associates, they cannot operate independently. They have to be active under the supervision of a what? Broker or even an owner developer. That's what gives them the ability to earn commissions, correct? That's confirmed for us already. We already know this. Are associates allowed to open up their own office? No. Any business you bring to the brokerage company is whose business? That's pure as well. So that means any agreements you have, it's all the broker's money. And the amount of commission to be paid is always what? Negotiable. Look, it's all the stuff we talked about, isn't it? And Florida does not limit how much money you charge for your services. I mentioned that to you as well. So it's redundant, but regardless, at least you see it in black and white. You can highlight it if you wish. The sales associate's share of commission is determined by the agreement they have with their what? With their employer. And every brokerage company is different as to what split they give their agents. For instance, Market Connect, I'd rather him share with you his like commission plan, but I think it's good for you to hear it. At least have one. I try to have at least one brokerage company present to the class because it's good to have that insight and understand at least what one brokerage company offers. So that way you have that baseline of when you sit down for your next interview, and then you can weigh your options and you could be picky and so forth. But their commission structure is tiered based on your performance. So you start like maybe 70-30, and then you can go up to like 80-20, and then even up to 90-10, depending on your performance. And every brokerage company is different, and they can choose to structure it in any way they wish to. Let's move on. It says you can't receive commission from the buyer or the seller. It has to come from your broker. Just follow the policy manual. It should outline. Let's go to page 109. All monies earned by associates are to be paid to them by their employer and not by the buyer or seller. I just mentioned that. But let me also throw in something. What if the buyer you're working with is so pleased with how you assisted them within the transaction, they want to give you an additional bonus? They want to take you out to a fancy steakhouse or a Bad Bunny concert or a Beyonce. No? Okay. Are you allowed to take that money? Yes, take that money. Okay. All right. An active real estate license gives you the ability to receive that money, but everything has to go through your what? Your broker. Now, most brokerage companies will have an agreement with you that says if you get a bonus, you can keep the bonus, especially if it's not like something other than money, then maybe they'll just let you keep all of it and it won't result in a split. You understand what I'm saying? Whatever the normal split is between the associate and the broker. Imagine if they give you $3,000, you might have to run it through your broker, and the broker might be entitled to taking the split that they have in the agreement with you. But money's easy to split. A gift card to Olive Garden is not, okay? A gift basket is not. But if you're tested on this for exam purposes, they say anything of value. That's what compensation is, right? Has to go through who? So remember that for exam purposes, because they're testing you on your ethics, and you're thinking, oh yeah, it's just a dinner. It's just whatever, a gift basket. I don't have to take that to the broker, right? That's kind of foolish. Doesn't matter. They're testing you to make sure you follow the rules in its entirety. But I mean, does it make sense for you to bring a gift basket to your broker and ask them if he wants to take a split of it? Like, no, I want the Godiva chocolates. I want the muffin, Doesn't make sense. Let's move on. Sharing commission with a party to the transaction. Can you? Can you give a piece of your commission to the buyer or the seller in the deal? The answer is yes, you can. It's possible because they're a party to the transaction. If it's your cousin that referred you some real estate business, can you give your cousin a referral fee? No, that's illegal. Remember, to receive anything based on the transaction requires an active real estate what? If it's the seller or the buyer, yes. You can give them a piece. Yeah.
Can you provide an example of that?
Yeah, for instance, I had one of my close friends, they were purchasing their first home and they wanted me to help them out. So the agreement was, I'll give them half of my commission Yeah, I can. That's acceptable. It's right here. It says generally you can only share between, another associate or a broker or whatever the case may be, but you could give a party to the transaction, such as the buyer or the seller. It's acceptable in our business.
Is it common in the market here to like have this as a incentive to earn more business or no?
Extend it to what now?
Like
as an incentive.
money back,
Yeah.
as an incentive to get
you
more
could.
business.
Yeah, it's up to you. You could.
But I mean, is it common or no? Like, do people do that here or not really?
Not really, because most agents don't want to be a discount agent. They want to be
good.
like, okay, well, I'm entitled to the commission. That's what it is. And you try to fight for it as much as possible. But yeah, if they say, hey, listen, this agent is willing to give me a kickback of the commission so I could pay for moving expenses because, I'm investing a lot in the down payment, closing costs, all of this stuff. I need that money so I can pay for moving expenses. So I'd rather go with them. And you say, oh, okay, well, I'll match it, right? It's negotiation. Everything's negotiable in our business. So that's up to you. I'll leave that in your hands.
And
Good questions.
Does that have to be approved by your broker?
No.
Okay.
Now you can lean on them for guidance, but no. I mean, you have the bandwidth and you have the authority to negotiate your compensation. Just understand whatever you negotiate could have to be split with your employing broker. Might have to be split with them. So whatever it is that you receive off the transaction. No side deals, no side money. Everything has to go through the broker. Let's talk about good questions. I love it. Let's talk about antitrust laws. Specifically, check this out, something called price fixing. Maybe you haven't heard of this, but it's where competing brokers collude, conspire with one another to fix commissions or fees for services they perform. So local brokers say, hey, listen, if we're going to list, we have most of the business that comes to us, but we'll have an agreement with one another so we can all make more money. When you list somebody's property in this town, make sure you list it for at least 7% or whatever the case may be. You can't do that. That's illegal. This should be an open and competitive market. And if you get caught, it's violation of antitrust laws, including market allocation. There's not one market that's allocated to a specific brokerage company. Like, hey, listen, if you're going to list property in this subdivision, you have to list it with us. Or if you're going to sell property, buy property in this town, you have to go through us. No, it's an open and competitive market. And that's why this would be illegal, a violation of antitrust. Price fixing, where you fix fees or commissions for services you perform. Like you tell somebody it's always 7%. You can't use those phrases. No, the amount of compensation is always what? Negotiable between all parties involved. So don't use the going rate is, the industry standard is this. Now, I do get the question from time to time, okay, Michael, what is the average compensation? I would say before this whole lawsuit settlement with the National Association of Realtors, I would say about 5 to 7%. But since you're negotiating for your side as a listing agent, 3%, 2 to 3%, something like that. And then the buyer would have to negotiate 2 to 3% with the buyer. So let's move on. If you somehow don't get paid the commissions that you earned, do you have the right to put a lien against the property for the commission that's earned? First of all, you might not even know what a lien is. A lien is a claim for a debt. And this is a claim that you put against the property for the debt that's owed to you. It's a legal claim. You file this in public records. We'll talk more about liens in a later unit. And you could put this lien against the property for commissions that are earned when you're earning commission off of residential property, residential transaction. But check this out on line 2. Only if the broker is expressly authorized to do so in their agreement, then they can place that lien. Don't assume it's automatic that, oh, You try not to pay me my commission, I'm just going to put a lien against your property. No, it has to be in the agreement. It has to be specified. For commercial property, though, it's automatic. That's what you need to know. For commercial property, it's automatic. If they try to refuse to pay you the commission that you earned legally, you can put a lien against the property for the commission that was earned. You have to prove it, but should be easy if you have a signed agreement, right?
So when you say automatic versus the like, I don't understand, so on the residential, you have to go through, proceedings like to actually put the lien, but then on the commercial one, you said it's automatic in what sense?
In residential, it just has to be in writing that says if you somehow don't get paid the commission that you earned as a result of the sale, then you can put a lien against the property. So it has to just be, you have to have that verbiage in the agreement that says it. But for commercial property, it doesn't have to be in the agreement that says it's automatic. You don't get paid the commission that you earned, and you can prove that you earned it. Go ahead and put a lien against the property. Whether you sell, you earn commission off of selling or even leasing commercial property. Because commission could be earned off of helping somebody find a new location for their pizza shop. And they're renting a space in a shopping center or something. Anyhow, let's move on. Let's go to page 111, 111, kickbacks, referral fees, unearned fees is how we describe it. What's an unearned fee? That's a referral fee. That means you didn't do the work, but you referred to somebody. They did the work, but you still received something from it, right? That means you didn't earn it yourself. Are these acceptable in our business? Unearned fees, referral fees? Yeah, all day. We love them. We want more of them. If you have a client, a lead that has a multi-million-dollar listing for a property, beachfront, whatever, Miami, and Miami's not your farm area. You don't know the first thing about that market over there. You're based out of Central Florida or Tampa or whatever the case may be. Then maybe you team up with an agent in Miami. And it's your lead. They came to you. So you could still receive money off of it by providing that referral. Do you understand? You say, so you call a local agent and you say, hey, listen, I'm going to make your day. I got a multi-million-dollar listing I'm going to give you, but I want 50%. And they say, no, go to the next one. And then you'll eventually find somebody that will agree to whatever split that you want to give. It's free money you're giving them, right? So they got to be foolish not to accept that is what I'm saying. But any money that's earned has to go through your what? The brokers that you're employed with. The brokerage in Miami, the brokerage that you are employed with. Any questions on that? But
So
when you utilize this, yes, question.
Then you make a contract to your broker, make a contract with the other broker to
Yes.
get that kickback, and
Yes.
okay, gotcha.
You want to have a signed referral agreement. Otherwise, they're going to play games with you.
Yeah.
So yeah, you want to have that in place. I do this, and you can even do this out of state. If you have a referral in another state, you could have received commission off of that, but it has to go through the brokerage. But all parties within the transaction have to be notified that this is going on. That's number one. That's the first requirement. The kickback cannot violate the law. If you're providing a referral for a service that requires a license, like you're referring business to, let's say, a lawyer. If you don't have a law license, you can't receive referral money off of that business you're bringing to them. You're referring business to a surveyor. If you want to be a surveyor, you have to have a license. It's called a license, be a licensed surveyor. You can't. Okay, it's unacceptable. It's prohibited. And there's a federal law that prohibits this. It's called a RESPA. We'll see this in Unit 13. The Real Estate Keyword Settlement. That's the keyword, Settlement Procedures Act. It's the federal law that governs the money that's exchanged upon closing of a real estate transaction, including referral fees. What are acceptable, what are not? And how are you receiving that money? For what service are you referring? For instance, if you have a friend that has a law firm and you bring them a real estate transaction because they handle closings of real estate transactions, they can't give you a kickback. If you have a friend that has a title company and you bring them business, they can't give you a kickback. You'll see an example of all the various ones that you cannot receive referral fee, title searches, settlement services, appraisals, and so forth. Any questions? It's unlawful to share commission with an unlicensed person. You know that. Other than the what? Yep, or the buyer in the transaction. But we saw that earlier. And it's unlawful for a licensee to pay an unlicensed person for performing real estate services. Well, duh. But there is an exception to the rule. And guess what? We already saw this exception to the rule on the first day of class. It just so happens you see it again, and you're going to be tested on it for 2 separate questions. Same information. If you live in an apartment complex and you refer a friend, even though you don't have a real estate license, can you receive referral money for that real estate business? No more than $50 cash. And you'll see it in front of us again. Any questions about this? Okay. And one of our last subjects of this unit, this is the second longest unit in the textbook. I didn't sugarcoat it. I said it's the most important unit, and it's the second longest. But I'll be brief here. Types of businesses or business entities that may be registered as a brokerage entity. So what does that mean? If you're a real estate broker and you want to open up your own brokerage business, you probably want to operate that business, set it up under a entity. You know what a business entity is? LLC, corporation, and so forth. There's different types, and that's what we see in front of us. But the BEPR says only certain types of entities are acceptable for you to operate your business under, and certain entities are not. You can't set up your brokerage business under certain entities as well. And that's both sides of the spectrum. Let's talk about the ones that are acceptable first. The ones that you may. The first one is a sole what? It's a form of business owned and operated by how many individuals? One person, yeah. Sole means one. Sole. Do you know how to create a business entity in the state of Florida? You file with the Florida Department of what? State. If you don't know this, their website is sunbiz.org. Or now it's it could be dos.myflorida. Whatever it is. Let's move on. Partnerships are acceptable for your brokerage entity. It's where 2 or more individuals are doing business with one another, 2 or more persons. But then we have a general partnership versus a limited partnership. What's the difference? General partners, which you probably won't like, and structuring it as a general partner is risky, to where all the business owners, the partners, are equally responsible for each other and their actions. So if they cause something or they do something that causes a lawsuit, is it going to affect you? Yes. You'll see it right here. Every general partner, equal shares in profits and losses and liability. You'll see that here. Liabilities for debts and other things that you might be affected by. Okay. But if you don't want to take on equal liability, you can structure it as a what? Thank you, limited partnership. It's where 2 or more individuals are doing business with one another. Same thing, it's a partnership, but their partnership is limited. They're silent partners. Okay? Or they're not equal for each other's actions. You can have a limited partnership. You can have limited partners within a general partnership. So certain individuals are just cash investors. They're not involved with day-to-day business. They're not making decisions on behalf of the company. They make a cash or property investment, and that's the most that they can lose. Okay. Let's move on. If you want all of the owners to be limited partners, this is how you'd structure it. Limited liability partnership. Any questions? What about a corporation? Have you heard of a corporation? You see that INC, Inc. at the end of a business name? They're incorporated. So why do people operate under a business entity rather than their personal name? Because you could run your business just under your legal name. People do it for protection against liability. If that company gets sued, right? Imagine you have a restaurant and somebody gets food poisoning or dies in your restaurant. It's limited if you're operating under a business entity, it's limited to that business and all the assets of that business. They can't attack you personally. You can't lose your personal assets. So that's why people structure it in this fashion. Corporations. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but a corporation, you probably want to get some professional help setting it up, like a CPA or whatever. You probably don't want to do this on your own, even though you could probably watch a YouTube video and maybe figure it out. You don't want to make a mistake because corporations are more particular on how they should be structured. You got to know what you're doing. You have to issue stock. You have to list all the key positions: president, vice president, secretary, treasurer. You have to have stockholder meetings and agreements and so forth. It's a lot if you don't have help. So that's my suggestion to you. Not that I offer this service. Maybe I should. Go to page 115. But the alternative that people might like, because corporations to set it up is more expensive, more labor intensive, more time consuming. LLC is a lot quicker to file. Has anybody set up an LLC for their business? What business is that? The inflatable event? Okay. Anything else? Okay, cool. And for what business? Digital products. All right, cool. You want to shed more light on what digital products or what kind of digital products? Reselling QuickBooks. So you had an affiliate? Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Antique business. Very cool. You still have some cool items? You kept the coolest stuff for yourself. I was thinking, man, I want to open up an antique business just for that reason, so I can get the best stuff for myself. I love collecting things. Yes.
Like the bridal shop and the flower shop, I set those up for myself, but for the investment firm, I went through a company.
Okay. Cool. No? Okay. Anybody else? All right. Now, LLC is a lot quicker to file. You can watch a YouTube video and figure it out. It's really simple. It's hard to make a mistake when setting up an LLC. LLC has the protection as if you're a corporation against liability if you get sued. But you're structured basically in the eyes of the IRS as like a partnership. So you'll see that here. It says protection. It says the best parts of a corporation and a partnership. Protection against liability as a corporation does, but you're taxed as a partnership. If the only qualifying broker, see broker qualifying the brokerage entity, if they die, resign, or they're removed from office, you got to fill that position. And Brett gives you how many calendar days to do so? Yeah. If 14 days is too soon and you need more time, you can request to hire a temporary broker to hold that position for up to how many days? Look, I'm highlighting it's right here. It's on line 38, 60 days. And then beyond that, yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. One question, please.
Yes.
So let's say a broker owns a company and he dies. Then another broker that doesn't own the company can be the legally responsible for that company.
Yeah. As
And
I
but then
mentioned
the
yesterday,
profits will go to the heritage of the first broker, for instance.
however it's
Is that it?
structured. However it's structured.
Okay.
As I mentioned yesterday, brokers can have multiple licenses. Do you remember that? I could be hired as a qualifying broker for another brokerage company, entity, if that's what they wish, and they can compensate me based on however we negotiate and agree. It
But
could be a
what I mean
percentage of
is,
profits, or it could be a salary, or it could be a flat fee, whatever.
What I mean is, any investor can have a broker company if they hire a broker. Is that correct?
You're on the right track.
Okay.
If you form the corporation together, yes. It is possible
Okay.
where you could receive profits as one of the owners of the company, even though
Even
you
though you're
don't
not a broker.
necessarily have a license yourself. That is a very good question, and I'm glad you're thinking. So I have students that are like, they're very much anxious as to getting the broker's license, or they're thinking, really have to wait 2 years to jumpstart. You could potentially team up with the broker, form a brokerage entity together, and then share in the profits and losses together, and they could be the qualifying broker. And you can be a shareholder within that company. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course you can change the status and become a broker and fill that void. If you don't take care of replacing the position permanently, automatic cancellation of the brokerage registration with the beeper. Okay. Good questions. I like that you're thinking about that. That's very important because there's ways around some regulation in the system, being able to navigate it. But let's go to page 116. Is that right? The types of business entities that the beeper says you can't operate your brokerage under. Ostensible partnership is where 2 or more individuals are giving the appearance to the public that they're a partnership, but nothing actually exists. Can't do that in our business, can't form a brokerage company under this ostensible partnership. They're prohibited. Corporation sole. A corporation sole is a religious organization, where they might describe it as ecclesiastical, which covers all religions. So you can't open up your brokerage office under the same entity you use to set up your church. Okay, that's unacceptable. You can't use money from followers to further your brokerage business, even though you hear stories all the time. I don't want to get into it right now. Joint ventures. A joint venture is a temporary form of business by 2 or more individuals to handle one transaction or a fixed number of transactions. You'll see that online, 25 through 28. Because they're temporary, that's why they're unacceptable. And business trust. Business trust is created to engage in transactions involving their own property. And for the same reason that you don't need a real estate license to sell your own property is the same reason why this entity is unacceptable. Yes.
How can you say like, okay, for instance, like, right, with investment, you can.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about, because you learned in the class about JVs, right? Forming JVs, joint ventures. That's different though. That's not, you're not creating a brokerage company under just a joint venture. You can create an LLC and put both investors in the LLC to go after a particular property, but a brokerage company can't operate within that. Let's move on. Go to page 117. We'll talk about co-ops in a later unit. Unincorporated association. The best example I can give you of this is a homeowners association. What's the purpose of a homeowners association? That was very quick. I like that. It's very clever. Reggie Moore. No, I'm just kidding. This is for the beautification, the planning, maintenance. It's the money they collect from homeowners should not be used to open up a brokerage office, is what I'm telling you. You know what a trade name is? It's a fictitious name. It's your business name. You remember in the beginning of this unit, we talked about office signs, and you have to put the trade name, which is your business name. You can call whatever you want for your business. You can name your business whatever you like. It's called the fictitious name. And you can call your business Flubzoo if you want. But you have to register that name with the Florida Department of State if you want to put that on your business cards, your signs, and so forth. Costs money for that, by the way. And multiple people can own the same name. Just because you pay to use that name through the Florida Department of State's website does not mean that another company, another lawn care company can't. What's the name of your lawn care company? What is it? A Jump Above Landscape. That's a lot to say. Got you. Okay, that's smart. Make it easy, right? Name recognition. Like, unless you trademark that name, that would stop me from using it. I can call myself a Jump Above Landscape if I want to. Not that I want to steal that from you, but you get it. Forming a professional association in the associate's legal name. All right, this is where I can share something with you. We're done with, and we'll be done with this unit, but it's very important for you to know for personal reasons, not necessarily that you're going to be tested on it. As a sales associate, we know that we can only be licensed in our legal name, but there is an opportunity for you to create an LLC when you're providing real estate services. You can't use the same LLC that you have set up for other businesses. You have to create a separate LLC specifically for you operating as a real estate agent in Florida and providing real estate services. Why would you do this though? You would do it because you want to write off all those wonderful business expenses. So for instance, if it was myself and I was in your shoes, I would create an LLC once I become licensed, and the LLC name would be Michael Cameron, LLC. That's how the name would be. You have to use your legal name. You can't call it just some random fictitious name. And when you set it up, there's specific instructions that they give you when setting it up. They know that you might be setting up your LLC specifically for real estate. You have to use your social. So you use your legal name and your social to set it up. And once you do so, and they give you that LLC, you send that paperwork to the state, to Beeper, and you let them know, hey, I have my LLC. I want you to add that to my license. So when they issue you a new license, it will say Michael Cameron, LLC. Now, when you're making phone calls on your cell phone, business transactions, right, on your cell phone, you have an office in your house, you have mileage you're putting on your car, you have your laptop you're doing contracts on, you have for sale signs, business cards, business attire, everything you can imagine. It allows you to write it off as a business expense. So that's how you structure it. And when you get paid your commissions, you get paid through Michael Cameron, LLC, for instance. Any questions on this? No.
So it can't, even though it has to do with real estate.
No, it has to be, you have to set up a completely separate entity. Plus, you probably just created a fictitious name, right? What's the name? Invaluable? Revival. I was way off. I'm sorry. Revival Home. Okay, so you can't use it. It has to be your legal name. So.
Even though I'm in the same business.
Correct. So it would be Darlene, last name Croquet. Coupe. Way off again. I apologize. It's the end of the night. I've been talking a lot. Okay. Got you. I blame you. This is what she's helping me say. Okay. So yes, hopefully that answered your question. But the last thing for this unit is hiring a personal assistant. Do you have a question? Okay. Are you allowed to, as a sales associate, hire an assistant? Yes, you can. Whoever gets licensed first is going to hire the other person as their assistant, right? Anyhow, you can hire somebody that's unlicensed, but they just can't perform real estate services. Makes sense, right? And they can't receive what? Commission. Thank you. If they're licensed, you could. But they're limited on their activities, right? So let me give you an example of this, probably how you're going to be tested for your class exam. Are they allowed to answer phone calls for you? Take messages, send out emails? Yes. Are they allowed to put up signs for you? Yeah, they can. Can they host an open house for you? No.
It's an open house where people told me that they were there for somebody.
Maybe they were licensed though. You don't know. Yeah. So for instance, when you're first starting out, you might want to do open houses to get more leads for yourself. And you're thinking, well, I'm a new agent. Don't I need a property that I'm listing for sale to do an open house? No, you do not. A trick of the trade is going to one of your coworkers that's listing, I don't know, $900,000, $1 million home, and asking them if you can host an open house for them. They have to be foolish not to say yes. Why? Because you are, you are advertising the property for free. You're getting more eyes on the property that they're listing. They know your agenda. They know that you want to collect signatures and contact information from people that are unrepresented, right? That walk through the front door. But the people that are represented, you send it over to the listing agent so they can coordinate with the other agent that's representing the buyer. So that's what you do. Anyhow, they have to be licensed if they're going to do that. What about money? Can they handle money? Unlicensed personal assistant. I would agree with you. I think it would be foolish to put money for the real estate transaction in an unlicensed person's hands, right? Does that make sense? Give them the opportunity to screw everybody over and then jeopardize your license. You have more to lose, don't you? But do you remember earlier when we talked about, yes, exactly. As an associate that collects a deposit from a buyer, you have to turn it over to your broker by the end of the next business day. If the broker's not in the office physically, can you turn the money over to an office receptionist, unlicensed assistant? Yes, you can. So they can even deposit the money, run the checks to the bank. I don't agree with any of that, but it is possible. And you'll see it for your homework tonight. Any questions? Okay, let's take a break. Be back at 8:30. And Unit 6 doesn't take that long. Unit 6 does not take that long, maybe 20, 30 minutes to cover. So take a quick 10-minute break, be back, ready to rock and roll. Okay, Unit 6. Unit 6 is really straightforward. It's all about complaints, violations, and penalties. And we need to know these, of course, to protect ourselves and others within real estate transactions. Question. Yes. Yeah, I printed it. It's not included in the... Okay. No worries. All right, let's just run through these legal terms to know. This is on page 128. I'm going to run through these real quick. It's just term and definition. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but I made an exam prep for you guys. And I made flashcards for you guys as well. So they're interactive flashcards. Basically, it gives you the definition. You have to try to guess what the term is, and then you can flip over the card and see if you answered it correctly. And that helps you out a lot with these terms. I just made it easy for you. I put crossword puzzles in there as well, just because people like games. I put audio files that you can Bluetooth to your headsets and so forth while you're working out, jogging, whatever the case may be, or long commutes to work. I made math videos, and you'll see how useful that might be when we get into the math and you want to hear it more than once. You can watch the video as many times as you wish. I told you about the AI chat tutor that I included with it as well. And I put hundreds of questions, answers, and explanations for each one. And I took the units and I simplified each unit. So instead of reading through 30 pages, like what you see for Unit 5, it's condensed to like 2-3 pages. It's just key points, exactly what you need to know to prepare for the state exam. So that's what's included with it. It's a lot of really good information. And most students, they get it to pair with this class in preparation for the state exam. And you could try it out for free as well. So you could do a 3-day trial and you can cancel before that if you want. But if you feel like you want it, it's only like $10 a month. It's super cheap. It's the cheapest exam prep you'll find online, guaranteed. Anyhow. Breach of trust. Breach is the breaking of a promise. Okay, key to every contract is the promise. If you break that promise, they call it breach. Concealment is the withholding of information. You're concealing, you're hiding something. Culpable negligence is guilty of being careless. Fraud is straight lying. Fraud is lying. Material fact is relevant information. It's just term and definition. I'm just briefly touching on these and we're going to move on. Misrepresentation means you didn't necessarily lie, but you twisted the truth. Or you concealed something, left something out to make it completely truthful. And moral turpitude is unethical conduct. It's essentially what it is. Let's move on. I want us to go to page 130. And in my opinion, this is where the unit really begins. The complaint process. When somebody feels you did something unethical, something illegal within a real estate transaction, they might file a complaint against you. We talked about this before. You had a question about it. And I said we would see it in Unit 6. You wanted to know the process of filing a complaint against a real estate licensee. How many steps are there to the complaint process? We're going to go through all 7. And the first step is to naturally file the what? Complaints are filed with, look, I'm highlighting it. No, division of what? Yeah, and DRE operates within DBEPR, yes, but it specifically goes to DRE. DRE is not going to waste their time with frivolous complaints. They will only investigate complaints that are legally what? What could make a complaint legally sufficient? Well, if it violates a Florida statute, a DBEPR rule, or a FREC rule. Otherwise, if it doesn't, they're going to drop the complaint. But if it does violate what we just highlighted, they're going to investigate, which is on the next page. And that's the second step, investigation of the complaint. They're going to read through the details, initiate an investigation on its own if it has reasonable cause to believe that the licensee has violated what we just described. Are you with me on that? Okay, we already highlighted that. Now, upon investigation, if they feel like what you did is going to endanger the public, they're going to shut you down immediately until they can hash things out. That's called a summary or emergency suspension what? Order. To prevent you from harming the public further, practicing real estate, which could potentially harm people. Yeah. Yeah, on your permanent record. Now, brokers, they can't see that information, but the state has that information. So it always stays on your permanent record. It could jeopardize you from getting a license, or they could take away your license due to disciplinary action. And that's kind of what we're going to see a little bit later on in this unit. So you're on the right track for sure. If we continue on, if upon investigation, they feel like there's reasonable grounds to pursue it, they're going to forward the complaint to the probable cause panel. Now, specifically, look on the end of line 6. It says the FREC's probable cause panel. How many members of FREC are there? There's 7. They choose 2 out of the 7 members of FREC to be a part of this probable cause panel. And the whole purpose of the probable cause panel is to determine, as you can probably already guess, probable cause. You see right here, which is reasonable grounds for prosecution. Oh, I'm sorry, it's right here. Sole purpose, to determine whether probable cause exists. Let's continue on. If there is a probable cause determination, that means there's grounds for prosecution. They will then send out a formal what? That's the next step. That's the 4th step. So basically, they're sending the complaint to the licensee because they want the licensee's side of the story. There's 3 sides to every story, right? Your side, my side, and the what? And the truth. But how do they get the truth if they're only getting one side of the story? The person that filed the complaint. So they want the licensee to explain themselves essentially, and that's what the formal complaint is. And the licensee has within how many days to respond to their election of rights? 21 days, and this is how they can respond. It's on line 30. They cannot dispute the allegations and request an informal hearing. They can dispute the allegations, request a formal hearing, or they cannot dispute and waive the right to be heard. Yes. Within 21 days, let me recall. This is a good question. It's within 21 calendar days. Let's move on to page 134. They say everything in real estate is negotiable, and apparently so are complaints. So if you get this complaint against you, you can actually negotiate a what? Settlement. It's called a settlement stipulation. Stipulation is an agreement, right? So it's an agreement to settle the matter before it goes any further. So this is reached by you and your legal counsel and the attorneys for the Division of Real Estate. It could be the stipulation is to pay a fine. It could be to put your license on probation for the next 6 months, and that'll teach you a lesson. I don't know, just making it up. Or it could be this. Because of what you did, we could potentially revoke your license. And then it stays on your permanent record. Or you can voluntarily give up your license. And this would basically prevent any further disciplinary action and walk away from the real estate business permanently. Something like that. That's what we see in front of us. It's just an agreement, could be a stipulation determined by the Division of Real Estate. Could you dispute it? Yeah, you're basically negotiating. Next, we see an informal hearing. What is an informal hearing? How often does FREC meet? Once a month. Where do they meet? Downtown Orlando, okay? The informal hearing is when you are not disputing it says alleged facts, the allegations against you, but you want to be heard. You want to explain your side of the story. So basically you're saying, hey, what they filed against me, there's truth to it, but it's not the whole truth. So I'm going to explain my side to you. There's some context that I need to provide. So you basically go to one of FREC's normally scheduled meetings once a month downtown Orlando. and they set aside some time to address this complaint filed against you, and you can explain yourself. What's a waiver hearing? You're going to see this for your homework tonight. A waiver hearing is when you don't respond within 21 days. If you don't respond to your election of rights within 21 days, they're going to say, you still have to come in. We still have to conduct an informal hearing, but you can't explain yourself. We can just look at the facts and impose whatever penalty we feel is necessary for the allegations. And the formal hearing is when you say, I completely disagree with this complaint, and you want to fight. They have to structure it. How is the formal hearing structured? Go to page 135. Let me see. Talks about right here, the administrative law judge. Actually, I want you to add this. The administrative law judge is actually assigned by DeBeeper. It's DeBeeper's administrative law judge. They're going to be assigned to this formal hearing, and they have some authority. They have the right to subpoena people. You know what that means? Yeah. It's basically, yeah, drag you to court and get certain individuals that were parties to the event, the allegations, to give testimony. And after they hear all parties involved and what they have to say based on the complaint, they're going to prepare and submit a recommended order of what they think should happen to you. Recommended order is just a recommendation, guys. Hence the name. It's a recommended order. It's not final. Who issues the final order against a licensee? You'll see it right here under final order. It's the what? The FREC. FREC issues final orders against licensees based on complaints. Okay? What if you don't like the final order that FREC issued? Do you have the right to dispute it? That's the seventh and final step. It's judicial review, or you're basically appealing, and you have to do this appeal, file the appeal within how many days? 30 days. You got it. Any questions here? I want you to actually highlight the rest of this paragraph to read through it later on tonight. You'll see it for your homework tonight. You'll see stay of enforcement and writ of supersedis. Okay, let's move on to that's the next page, page 137. If you can get there for me. On line 2, under administrative penalties, it says, there are 3 types of penalties that could be imposed if you violate real estate license law, which is what? Administrative, civil, and what? Yeah, but when you get a question on your exam that says, what can FREC do to you? What would your answer be? Only what? Exactly. You'll see it here on the next sentence. And does not extend to criminal action. So can FREC put you in jail? No, you'll see it right here. FREC cannot impose imprisonment as a penalty. This is on line 8. And look on line 10. FREC does not have the authority to order restitution to an injured party. So order somebody to pay money in a lawsuit, essentially. They don't have the authority. They can recommend, but they just can't enforce themselves. Remember, FREC is limited to what matters. Starts with an A. And administrative means what? License. So what's the most severe penalty FREC can impose? Revocation. You got it. Go to the next page. Highlight this, as you can see on the screen. Okay. What you just highlighted is going to be summarized for us. Go to the next page. 77, yeah. Lucky 77. All right, on the next page, figure 6.1. Let's go through what we see here. says types of administrative penalties. And you'll see who issues. What can DeBeep or Dre do to you? Well, they can issue something called a notice of what? That's what you just highlighted, by the way. Notice of noncompliance. It's just summarized for us. And it's a first response to a minor violation. You have within how many days to take care of this notice of noncompliance? Yeah, all it is a warning. You're basically saying, they're saying, here's a notice that you're not complying with the rules. So fix it. Maybe a small example, just a quick example. Your brokerage office sign is missing something, or it's not in the right place. So they want you to relocate it where it's more visible. It's something small and easily fixed, right? So they're going to give you a warning if it's your first offense, and you have within how many days to take care of it? 15 calendar days. If you don't take care of it within 15 days, or if they're just having a bad day, they can go right to a what? Citation. But there's no substantial threat to the public, and it could range from how much to how much. And you have within how many days to take care of it. Yeah. If it turns into a final order because you don't take care of it within 30 days, it could jeopardize your license. And they give you some nice examples on the right. You can read through this later on tonight if you wish. Okay. What I want to move on to is what we see on the next page, page 140. What can FREC do to you now? We talked about DeBeeper and Dre. What can FREC do to you? Can FREC deny you from getting a license? Yeah. Can they put your license on probation? Yes. Could they fine you? Up to how much? $5,000. Wow. You'll see that to the right. Can they suspend your license? Yes. For how long? Up to 10 years. And can they revoke your license? Yes. Is it permanent? Yes. Do not pass go or collect $200. You get it, right? Any questions? No questions? Okay. On the next page, on page 141, there's one thing that you didn't see on that list that I want to share with you. It's right here. It's on line 30. Revocation without prejudice. When would they revoke your license but not hold disciplinary penalty against you? Not quite. There's only one example that you'll see of this. If they issued you a license by mistake, that's the only example. Like, for instance, you pass a state exam to get your sales associate license, but when you get your license in your email, instead of sales associate, it says real estate broker. What are you supposed to do? Open up your own brokerage office, right? start hiring sales associates and so forth. Is that illegal if you try to do that? It's not illegal. The law says you need a broker's license to open up your own brokerage office. Oh, well, that's my name. It says real estate broker. Is it illegal? No. Is it unethical? Yes. And if they catch you, what are they going to do with your license? Probably going to take it away if you try to open up your own brokerage office. Come on, let's be honest here. But they're not going to hold prejudice penalty against you because it was their fault and they should have known what type of person you were. Let's move on to criminal penalties on page 143. I told you this unit is not going to take a long time. I'm just sticking to the most important parts of this unit. So don't think I'm skipping things and, oh man, no, I'm doing it for a reason. It's by design. And I'm telling you things you need to know to protect your license and protect others within real estate transactions. And of course, what you're going to be tested on. So all of that, including criminal penalties. We see on line 5, a second degree what? Yeah. There's only one example that you're going to see and be tested on, and I'm going to highlight it. It's when you're advertising property or services in a what fashion? We call that false what? Thank you. Didn't we talk about false advertising? And if you get charged with false advertising, it's a what degree misdemeanor? Yes. But what's the penalty that follows that violation? Up to how much of a fine? 500 and or up to how much time imprisonment? 60 days. Ouch. So don't do it. When it comes to false advertising, it could violate a number of state laws and could go beyond what FREC has the authority to do. These are criminal penalties that could result for actions of a real estate professional. Well, maybe not so professional if they're violating laws, but anyhow. Next we see a first degree what? Misdemeanor. Highest level of misdemeanor. You would think it's like, it would scale like 1, 2, 3, and 3 is the most, but no. Number 1 is the highest. Highest level of misdemeanor. And there's only one example you could see and be tested on. It's right here. It says failing to provide accurate and current rental information for a what? Fee. That's the example you're going to be tested on. Because once you become a realtor, you're going to have access to the MLS, and you can look up properties available to rent in a particular area with specifications, whatever criteria you have, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, pool house, whatever. And you'll get results based on that criteria that your client has. And you can print out the results. You can provide the results. You can even charge for the rental list, available properties that they might be interested in. But it's advised, at least I would advise you, not to sell the list. Because if you sell the list, then you're liable for everything on the list. Being accurate and up to date. That means you're taking liability for information that you didn't put in the MLS. It's some other real estate agent hoping that they're accurate and they're putting the most current information. It's not outdated. But it could result in a first degree misdemeanor if you sold that list. Can you imagine? You take on that liability. You could be charged with this because last time I checked, if somebody enters into a lease agreement, there's a lot of upfront expense by entering into a lease, right? First month, last month, security deposit, moving expenses, relocating your job, putting your kids in a new school. All of these things take time and a lot of effort, huge financial commitment. And it turns out that that lease that you signed that said you thought pets were allowed and you're moving in, you're trying to bring in Fluffy and the landlord's like, what are you doing? You can't bring Fluffy in here. Well, I specifically looked at this property because on a list that was provided to me, it said pets were allowed. Look, here's the list. Well, the real estate agent who sold you that list now takes liability because they sold it. So what happens if you don't sell it? You're not liable. That's correct. So my suggestion is give it away for free. Then there's no liability. You feel me? Because you don't want a first degree. You got it. I'm not a rapper, but it will help you remember. So what will help you remember? Think of 111. First degree misdemeanor up to how much of a fine? So first degree, $1,000 fine and or up to 1 year imprisonment. 111 will help you remember. You could, yeah. Your license could get revoked, suspended, jeopardized. That's for FREC to decide. But we're talking about criminal penalties specifically that could result outside of FREC's authority. And then a third degree felony. There's 3 examples of this, but before we get into it, what's the penalty that follows this violation? Up to how much of a fine? And or up to how much time imprisonment? Yikes, yeah. 3 examples. Lying on your license application. So falsifying information to get a license. The next is unlicensed activity. So providing real estate services for compensation without a license. Illegal. Third degree felony. And then the last example is stealing a copy of the state exam. Don't ask me how you can get a copy of the state exam. Only Pearson VUE and DeBeeper should have the state exam. Maybe if you go to Miami or something. No, I'm just kidding. Let's move on. What if you get a license and then you get a license and then you're convicted of a crime? Must you self-report? Yes. You must inform who within how much time? You'll see right here. The commission in writing within how many days? Yes. Of being convicted, found guilty of a crime. Any questions here? I mean, the rest of it is just procedural stuff, but anyhow, let's move on. And the last thing for this unit, yes, the last thing for this unit, God bless you, is the Florida Real Estate Recovery what? Now look up here. I want you to think of the Real Estate Recovery Fund that exists in our business as a giant piggy bank filled with money from all of us. Now, what money am I referring to? Everybody that applies for a real estate license must pay an application what? Yes, everybody that renews their license must pay a renewal. They take a piece out of these fees and place it into this giant piggy bank. We call it the Real Estate Recovery Fund. But what's the purpose of it? It's actually something good. It reimburses consumers who are financially injured by a what? Licensee. So if a licensee on purpose or neglectfully causes loss, somebody lose money within a real estate transaction because of their actions, then the person who lost money due to this misconduct can go to the Real Estate Recovery Fund for reimbursement. I mean, it's like a safety net for consumers. Most people do not know this. But if you see a lawyer, the lawyer would tell you about this because they study this information just like we learn it in real estate class. And if you go to the next page, the licensee who you make the complaint against or make a claim against must meet some requirements. They have to have had a valid, current, and active license when they committed the act that caused you loss. They couldn't be acting in a different capacity, such as a buyer, a seller, a landlord, or tenant in the transaction. They have to have been in the sole capacity of a real estate licensee. And you'll see that here. Just confirm for us. The person making the complaint or making the claim, they're called the claimant, has to meet some requirements. I can paraphrase for you. The first two talks about you suing them. That's the first step. You have to take them to court first before you can go to the recovery fund for reimbursement. But we know the court system is broken. And if you win, good luck trying to get that money from that individual that owes you. To chase them down, to force them to sell their assets, to reimburse you what's owed, it would be very difficult. So if that licensee, you basically won in court and there's a judgment against them, they don't have the money, they refuse to pay, or they file for what? Bankruptcy, you can go to the Real Estate Recovery Fund at that point. And spouses cannot make a claim against one another. Obviously, there's something suspicious going on there. They're trying to play the system. Any questions? Okay. What's the time to make a claim against a licensee within 2 years? Based on the alleged violation. And what's the most the Real Estate Recovery Fund will reimburse per transaction? Yep. And for multiple transactions, $150. Yep. So it could be up to $50,000 per, but you might be tested on this. Let me inform you how. They say, for instance, in the question, a licensee defrauded somebody out of a $60,000 deposit. What's the most that the Real Estate Recovery Fund will reimburse? $50,000. What if they defrauded somebody out of a $25,000 deposit? What's the most the Recovery Fund will reimburse? $25,000. So this is how you might be tested. You got to be careful with that. You'll see it for your homework tonight. Now it says maximum $150 for multiple claims, multiple transactions. So it could be 15 people at $10,000 a pop. Okay. What I just mentioned to you, page 146, line 6, the Recovery Fund only reimburses compensatory damages, which is the actual money you lost due to the licensee's actions within the transaction. And the Real Estate Recovery Fund does not reimburse attorney fees, court costs, interest, punitive damages. Do you know what punitive damages are? It's like pain and suffering, for instance. It's a financial burden that sends a message that you should not harm somebody again in the future in the same way. And what's going to happen to their license until they pay back the real estate recovery fund plus interest? Mandatory what? Mandatory suspension. Yeah, so if they make a claim from the real estate recovery fund and it's issued out, then you're burdened with that debt and you have to pay back, reimburse the real estate recovery fund plus interest. Okay. Last thing I want to share with you. Recovery fund claims resulting from an EDO. Do you remember what an EDO is? We talked about it in a previous unit. Yes, you'll see it at the end of line 19, continues in line 20, escrow disbursement order. Do you remember this? Let me review with you guys if you can't recall. Last unit, in unit 5, we talked about a transaction failing and the buyer and the seller fighting over the deposit. What do we call this? Conflicting what? Starts with the D. Conflicting demands. You remember conflicting demands? Buyer and seller are fighting over the deposit. What must you first do? If the broker's holding on to the deposit in the escrow account, notify who? FREC. Notify FREC within how many days? 15 days. And within 30 days, start the escape or settlement procedures. Do you remember that? The longer you wait within the first 15 days to notify FREC, the less time you have to start the escape procedures. So if you notify FREC in 11 days, how many days do you have left to start the escape procedures? You got 19, right? Basic subtraction. What are the escape procedures? It forms the acronym what? MAIL. Mediation, which we don't like. Buyer and seller choose a trusted third-party mediator to make a non-binding decision. Arbitration, best in our opinion, because you're resolving outside of court. Hire a professional arbitrator to make a legally binding decision. Litigation means I'll see you in what? Who decides now? Yes, based on the facts of the case, and that's going to be legally binding, but at an additional expense, court costs, legal fees, and so forth, and time. And EDO, which is in front of us, escrow disbursement order, you're asking for whose advice? FREC, to make a decision as to who's entitled to getting this money. If you ask FREC for their advice, must they provide it? No, they don't have to give advice. If they give advice, must you take it? No, it's non-binding, the decision that FREC makes. If they give advice and you take it, is FREC responsible? Yes. That means if you're sued because FREC gave you bad advice, does FREC reimburse you? Yes. But how? Not with their money, with the money from all of us, real estate licensees, from our application fees and renewal fees, the real estate recovery what? Fund is what covers up their blemishes, their mistakes, their bad advice. At a maximum of how much? Yeah, up to $50,000 per claim. Any questions here? So that was a good review. We're done with this unit, which means we're done with our session for tonight. Done a little bit early. Use your time wisely. What are we doing tonight? Homework, units 5 and 6. Don't skip. It's one of the most important units. It is the most important unit, unit 5. So who's already paid for their fingerprints, scheduled fingerprints? 1, 2, 3. Okay, get it done. The remainder of students. Yes, great job, Dominique. I see your hand. Okay, Hubert, nice. Shirley, great. Get it done. Don't waste any time. I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's hump day, right? Wednesday is hump day. Push in your chairs, clean up your mess, drive safe. God bless. I will see you.
Hey, Michael, I have a quick
Yeah.
question.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to come in one of the days instead of being online? Is there room to accommodate us, or that's not possible?
So here's the thing. There's an additional charge. So yes,